And I guess we'll just have to pull these microphones a little bit closer. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a little bit after 9:30. I'd like to welcome you to the County Commission meeting for June 1st, 2021. Hard to imagine it's already June, but there we are at June. Just to let you know, if you're not familiar, we're going to handle most of our business here this morning. And then if you're here, either virtually or in person for the rail tie, that will be wind project and public hearing. That will be tonight at 6 p.m., starting at 6 p.m. upstairs in the district court. We're expecting a few more people, and so we wanted a bigger room. So that'll start at 6, and we'll recess once we get down to, I think it's item 42. Item 42 is the recess. So without any further ado, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Commissioner Rivera.
Here.
Commissioner Gosar is here, and Commissioner Richardson not yet here. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have quite a few public hearings this morning. Some of them should be pretty straightforward. The first is the renewal of retail liquor licenses. And I'd like to entertain or a public hearing for anybody speaking on behalf or have public comment about the retail liquor licenses, the renewal of retail liquor licenses. Anybody here to speak about that? How about anybody online? Are you here to speak on or against the renewal of retail liquor licenses? One more time, and then we'll close this public hearing. Commissioner Barrett, I've entertained a motion to close the public hearing for retail liquor licenses.
I'm so moved.
A second is moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing those, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Is anybody here I'd like to open the public hearing for the renewal of restaurant liquor licenses. Thank you, David. Seeing none here in the room. Anybody online who would like to speak on or against the renewal of restaurant liquor licenses? Hearing and seeing none, Commissioner Barrett, entertain a motion.
Yeah, I move that we close the public hearings for the renewal of restaurant liquor license.
Second, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries. I'd like to open up the public hearing for the renewal of limited retail liquor licenses. Club in parentheses. Anybody here to speak on or against the renewal of limited retail liquor licenses, the club license? Excuse me. Okay. Any further discussion? I don't see anybody. I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we close the public hearing for the renewal of limited retail liquor license club.
A second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'd like to open the public hearing for the renewal of the microbrewery permits. Does anybody here in person or on the line want to speak on or against the renewal of microbrewery permits? Hearing and seeing none, I entertain a motion. Commissioner
I move that we close the public hearings for the renewal of microbrewery permits.
Second, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Public hearing is closed. Renewal of winery permits. I'd like to open the public hearing for the renewal of winery permits. Anybody like to speak on or against the winery permits? Commissioner Barrett, take Entertain a
I
motion.
move that we close the public hearings for the renewal of winery permit.
Second, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Public hearing for the winery permits. Renewal of winery permits is closed. I'd like to open a public hearing for the transfer of retail liquor license from Wood Landings LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort to PENS Retreat LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort. Is there anybody who would like to speak on or against that public hearing? Don't see any. Last chance. Commissioner Rivera?
Yes, I move that we close the public hearing on this transfer of retail liquor license from Woods Landing to PNS Retreat.
Second, moved and second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same side. That public hearing is closed. Open the public hearing for the renewal of the retail liquor license for PENS Retreat LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort. Anybody like to speak on or against? Hearing and seeing none,
I make a motion, or I move that we close the public hearing for the renewal of the retail liquor license for PNS Retreat doing business as Woods Landing Resort.
second, been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. We'll close that public hearing for the renewal of the retail liquor license for Penn's Retreat. I'd like to open up the Roger Canyon zoning change, LUC-04-21. Would anybody like to speak on or against the Rogers Canyon zoning change, LUC-04-21? Looks like Nancy Sindelar. Good morning, and the floor is yours. You are muted, Nancy. I still have you muted.
Good morning, Commissioner Gosar and commissioners. I'm Nancy Sindelar from Laramie. I am speaking on behalf of the Albany County Clean Water Advocates. You already have our written comments, so I just want to emphasize a point of particular concern. In our view, it's that sufficient grounds for denial of the zoning change exist. According to the county zoning resolution, to approve a zoning change, you must find that the proposed zoning change will not result in a significant adverse impact to the natural and environmental resources such as water quality, air quality, crucial wildlife habitat, wetlands, or streams, etc. The application did not even mention that the property in question lies at least partially within the APOZ, even using the county's boundaries, their current boundaries. As everyone knows, the Casper Aquifer is on private and municipal water supply. By failing to even acknowledge the existence of the Aquifer Protection Overlay, much less failing to address potential adverse impacts to our water quality, the applicant has not provided you with a legal basis for making the required finding. Thank you for letting me comment. And back to you.
All right, thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it. And Burton Hinckley, it looks like you have your hand raised. Go ahead, Burton. The floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
I have you loud and clear. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, I gave you some brief written comments, and I'll just briefly emphasize a couple of points, some of them picking up on what Ms. Sindelar just offered. Again, pointing out the regulations on zoning changes are provided at Section 5 of the Albany County Zoning Resolution. Paragraph F lists the, quote, findings necessary for approval, unquote. Those findings include at item 2, quote, the proposed zoning change generally follows the suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. Now, there's been a lot of talk about how you can't regulate land use based on the comprehensive plan, and a recent Wyoming Supreme Court decision over in Laramie County gets a lot of play. I'll be interested to hear if the county attorney's office takes a different view of the subject, but it seems to me the critical difference between the proposal before you now and that case is that they did not have a zoning resolution. We do, and our zoning regulations explicitly tie into the comprehensive plan, as I just quoted. In order to approve this zoning change request, your regulations require you to affirmatively find that the change follows the comprehensive plan. The regulatory tie between the comprehensive plan and the enforceable land use regulation is explicit here in Albany County, and I think that's an important distinction. So then we're addressed with, does the proposal support the necessary finding with respect to the comprehensive plan? I don't think so. As noted in your staff report, the future land use map in the comprehensive plan shows this property as agricultural. The land in this priority growth area, quote, will be generally large lots, unquote. 3-acre lots are not large. Included as part of the comprehensive plan is the Casper Aquifer Protection Plan. Your staff correctly flags, quote, residential development as a potential source of aquifer contamination, unquote. But amazingly, the application says exactly nothing about the aquifer. The city has raised obviously relevant concerns with respect to impacts on both the quality and quantity of the municipal water supply component of their spur well field just to the north. Finally, the staff report suggests we don't need to worry about aquifer because a site-specific investigation will be required, as well as a DEQ review of the water wastewater suitability when it comes time to look at an actual subdivision proposal, in contrast to this zoning change application. First, the proposition before you is a zoning change. It should be dealt with on its own merits. Second, careful review of either the SSI or the DEQ processes shows them to be less than complete with respect to aquifer impact analysis. Let's not kick the can down the road on this one. Thank you for your consideration. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to provide useful answers.
Thank you, Mr. Higley. Anybody else like to speak on or against the Rogers Canyon zoning change LUC-04-21? Good morning, Mr. Toro. The floor is yours.
Mr. Gosar. Ms. Ibera. Thank you. I'm the applicant. I'm open for any questions. And so is Craig Cook. As far as the questions in regard to the APOZ area, I'm most certainly aware that it is a small portion of this is in that. It's not a requirement of the county regulations to state that. And of course, I didn't want to, I know that the planning office is aware it's in there. The maps show that it's in there. And so did the planning commission. And you folks know it's there. And most concerns and questions are not a prerequisite to change zoning. Those things will come up when you go through the subdivision process, as you folks know. But I'm most certainly open for questions for these folks here.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? I guess we'll get to that when we get to down the line. Bert, I think your hand is still up if you didn't lower it. Thank you. Any further public comment on the Rogers Canyon zoning change LUC-04-21? Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public hearing on the Roger Canyon zoning change.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The Roger Canyon zoning change public hearing is closed. Next up, the Osborne zoning change LUC-02-21. Must be summer. Starting to think. Anybody like to speak on or against the Osborne zoning change LUC-02-21? You're online, if you raise your hand. If you're in person, just come to the lectern. Last chance. I entertain a motion to close that public hearing, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close a public hearing on the Osborne zoning change.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Osborne zoning change, LUC-0221, public hearing is closed. I'd like to open the Ivanhoff zoning change, LUC-06-20. Would anybody like to speak on or in opposition to the Ivanhoff zoning change, LUC-06-20? Mitch, good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. It's good to see you all. My name is Mitch Edwards. I'm with Nicholas and Tangeman, and I represent numerous landowners along Curryland Lane. And last week, we provided a letter to you on behalf of our clients and listed all those clients out for you. For the sake of time, I won't list everybody that we represent in regard to this matter. But I wanted to just let you all know that we're here today opposing this zone change application and the subdivision application that goes hand in hand with the zone change request. First and foremost, all the property that is surrounding Ms. Ivanhoff's property is currently zoned rural residential. And that includes all of our clients' properties. Ms. Ivanhoff is attempting to change her zoning classification from rural residential for that specific property to small lot residential in order to subdivide her property. And that goes contrary to what this body is required to find in order to approve a zone change. And that this is singling out a specific property within an area of the zone rural residential and changing the character of this particular neighborhood by changing it to small lot residential. Additionally, the commission needs to look at the issues of roads. And in this particular case, when we get to the subdivision application, and if you bear with me, I'll just address it now so I don't have to address it in a minute from now, is that the subdivision regulations require that this board find that there is adequate access, not just that there's access to Ms. Ivanhoff's property, but that access has to be adequate under the regulations that the board has provided. In this particular case, when it comes to access across another's property, the regulations for subdivisions require an 80-foot access unless you're doing a small lot subdivision, and then you're required to have at least a 50-foot minimum access in order to reach your property. That is done intentionally to protect all the citizens, including those across whose property one wishes to use, to make sure that that access is adequate. Finally, Ms. Ivanhoff does not have that 50-foot minimum access. At a maximum, even her own documents, even if she has the access, would only be a 40-foot access, not a 50-foot access minimum. And she has not complied with the other regulations with respect to being within 1 mile of the city. And your regulations actually require that when you're within 1 mile of the city, that all of the city standards for roadway widths, paving, and such apply to those subdivisions. In this case, applying those, she would be required to have a 60-foot right-of-way. She would be required to have a 46-foot wide road. She would have to pave the access road from a public road to her subdivision to at least 28 feet. She would have to employ curb, gutter, and et cetera. And she has not done any of that with respect to the subdivision regulation request. And so because she hasn't complied with those regulations and cannot comply with them, we'd ask that you deny both the zone change and the subdivision request in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you. If anybody else would like to speak? It looks like Jared Ralph. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Jared Ralph. I'm the civil engineer representing the Ivanhoff subdivision for Coffee Engineering and Surveying. To address Mr. Edwards' points, existing access is provided by a private road granted through access easements dating back to 1971. Mr. Edwards' points about the road needing to be paved and needing to have curb and gutter, that would only be triggered by Ms. Ivanhoff building a road. The road is existing. She cannot go back through time and widen the road to make something that was dedicated in 1971 match 2021 regulations. That's not fair, and it's also not triggered by any of the anything that Ms. Ivanoff wants to do. She's simply subdividing her land so that her 9-acre lots will be divided down into 3-acre lots, which are still larger than most of the lots in that subdivision. Further, the use of these lots would be to provide a ranchette, a housing lot for her family, which is directly in line with the character of the neighborhood. There'd be no different structure on those lots than what exists now, and the lots would again maintain a size larger than some of the lots that have been subdivided to death in that area. The question of legal access, again, was established by these documents dating back to 1971. So at this time, I'll address any questions that you have.
Probably don't have any right now, but we might have some here in just a few minutes. Mr. Ralph, if you hang tight, that would be great. And
Okay.
Take your hand down. That would also be good. That'll be,
Yeah,
I'll keep calling on you if you don't.
there we go.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make public comment for the Ivanoff zoning change LUC-06-20? Hearing and seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public hearing for the Ivanoff zoning change.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? And seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. The Ivanoff zoning change. Public hearing is closed. I'd like to open up the Ivanoff subdivision SD 05-20. Would anybody like to speak on or against this Ivanoff subdivision SD 05-20? And last chance. I don't see anybody. I would entertain a motion, please.
I move that, go ahead.
I move that we close the public hearing on the Ivanoff subdivision.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. The Ivanoff subdivision SD 05-20 public hearing is closed. I'd like to open up the public hearing for Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower, LUCT-01-21. Would anybody like to speak on or opposed to the Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower, LUCT-01-21? Last chance for the Herrick Lane Vista Beam Tower, LUCT-01-21. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public hearing for the Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The public hearing for Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower, LUCT-01-21 is closed. I'd like to open up the public hearing for the proposed amendments to fiscal year 2020-2021 Albany County budget. Would anybody like to speak on or opposed to the proposed amendments to fiscal year 2020-2021 Albany County budget? Last chance. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public hearing for the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2020-2021 Albany County budget.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Close the public hearing for the proposed amendments to fiscal year 2020-2021 Albany County budget. Item 4, are there any comments from the public? All right, we will move on. Item 5, disclosures.
I have none.
I have none.
And none for me. Item 6, considerations of changes to the agenda. Jennifer?
Mr. Gosar, I would ask that we remove, I'm trying to find the right item number here. Item number 28, which is present for approval of the contract between Albany County and Education Health Center of Wyoming to provide psychiatric nurse practitioner and medically assisted treatment services to Albany County Court Supervised Treatment Program participants. We would like to still award it in number 27, but we need to work out some contract terms with the university. So if we could award it now, we'll work out those terms and bring the contract back at the next meeting.
Awesome. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Jennifer. Anybody else? Jackie, Kayla? Okay. And item number 7, I'd entertain a motion for approval of this consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 8 of the regular agenda. Present for approval the contract between the Wyoming Department of Health, Public Health Division, and Albany County for the purpose of setting forth the terms and conditions by which the subrecipient shall develop public health emergency preparedness and response capability in the jurisdiction through the implementation of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention public health preparedness capabilities in an amount not to exceed $111,000 from July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. And Jennifer looks,
I am filling in this morning for Stacy. She,
Awesome.
with her transition to her new job, she wasn't able to be here this morning, so asked if I would fill in for her. This is a renewal contract that's coming in from last year that partially funds public health to deal with all of their public health emergencies as they are chartered to do. Stacy asked me to let you all know that the next time she has something on the agenda, she will certainly be here to introduce herself to you and say hello, and she was sorry she couldn't make it this morning. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer. Commissioners, any questions?
No questions, just one thing. I think you have Albany County, the subrecipient, whose address is 602 South Second.
That's the public health office, and generally we put public health as that address is the subrecipient address for these public health contracts.
Okay, but the public health address is 609.
All right, then we will get that fixed. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, I have moved that we approve item 8 as presented with the correction of that address.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 9, present for approval, renewal of retail liquor licenses. Kayla, looks like we get to talk to you for a while here.
Yes.
Good morning, the floor is
Good
yours.
morning. Okay, so this first one here is all of our annual renewals for liquor licenses that are located in the county. I can read them all off separately, and then if you want to approve them all as one, if that's okay, we normally do it. So we have Bear Bottom LLC doing business as Bear Bottom Bar and Grill, Burco LLC doing business as V-Bar Guest Ranch, Calverman 2 LLC doing business as Calverman Steakhouse, Home Base Properties LLC doing business as Waikolo Lodge, Hubbard Mountain Covered LLC doing business as Hubbard Mountain Covered, Trading Post Centennial LLC doing business as Trading Post Centennial, Sentinel Station LLC doing business as The Friendly Store, Ski YO LLC doing business as Snowy Range Ski and Recreation Area, Snowy Range Resorts Inc. doing business as Albany Lodge, and Woods Landing LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort. They've all been reviewed by the county attorney and the sheriff and the liquor commission over in Cheyenne.
Awesome. Commissioners, I entertain a motion. for Item 9.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 9 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Any questions? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 10, present for approval, renewal of restaurant liquor licenses. Kayla again.
All right, so in the county, we only have one restaurant liquor license. It's located up in Centennial. It is Old Corral Mountain Lodge, Inc., doing business as Old Corral.
I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item number 10 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 11, present for approval, renewal of limited retail liquor licenses, the club license. Kayla.
All right, so we have one club license in the county, and actually it used to be located in the city. It was annexed and then de-annexed back into the county. So it is the BCR Inc. doing business as Fox Run out at the golf course.
Entertain a motion, commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 11 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 12, present for approval, renewal of microbrewery permits. Kayla.
Okay, we have two microbrewery permits located in the county. We have Sheep Mountain Brewery LLC doing business as Sheep Mountain Brewery and Ski YO LLC doing business as Snowy Range Ski Area.
Commissioners, I entertain a motion for item 12.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the renewal of microbrewery permits.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 13, present for approval, renewal of winery permit. Kayla.
We have one winery permit in Albany County. It is Weston Wineries LLC doing business as Weston Wineries.
Commissioners.
I move that we approve item 13 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. 14, present for approval, transfer of retail liquor license from Woods Landing LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort to PNS Retreat LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort. Kayla.
Okay, so back in the renewal, we did renew Woods Landing's license as they hold it right now in the chance that this transfer does not go through. The closing of the business is supposed to be on June 3rd. So this is going to be contingent upon the closing on June 3rd. If it doesn't happen, Sue and Bill, who own the license right now, will still have their renewal go through. We kind of have to do it at the same time because we're going through renewals. So at the item, we'll do the renewal of this transfer as well. So it gets a little messy, but. That makes
Only
sense.
one or the other will happen. but
And
not both.
you kind of have to do them all at the same time so that they do happen, but the closing is set for June 3rd, so.
And if the closing were to be successful, will you bring to the next meeting non-renewal of the liquor license that closed out? Could you explain?
No, Jackie has approval cards that she sends, or we send over to the Liquor Commission, so it would be on the approval card for Woods Landing as it stands right now would be approved but not issued, and then they would know that it wasn't issued because the issuance would go to the new owners.
Super, thank you, Taylor. Commissioners, I'd entertain a motion for item 14.
I move that we approve item 14 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 15, present for approval, renewal of retail liquor license for Penn's Retreat LLC doing business as Woods Landing Resort. Kayla.
So this will be their renewal. If the transfer happens, we want to have this renewal contingent upon the transfer of the license and the closing date. But we want to have it happen at the same time because we're going through renewals right now and there's a certain time period that it needs to happen. So kind of all happens at the same time.
Thank you, Kayla. Commissioners.
I move that we approve item 15 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Kayla.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Item 16, present for consideration Roger Canyon zoning change application LUC -04-21. David, good morning. The floor is yours.
Morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. All right, so the applicant for this project is Roger Canyon LLC. This is located on Roger Canyon Road, is directly across from the road across the road from Sunset Acres subdivision, approximately 4 miles north of Laramie. They're requesting a change from agricultural to small lot residential. The current zoning is obviously agricultural. The access for this property will be off of Roger Canyon Road. A number of folks have reviewed this, and there were no comments made by the assessor, or no concerns from the assessor, Road and Bridge, YDOT, Wyoming Game and Fish. So the applicant has provided the required site plan. And then they have addressed a number of different issues. This is in the aquifer, or this is in the, well, this is in the aquifer protection area, but the Albany County Comprehensive Plan shows this as a priority growth area 3, which is a relatively growth efficient area to have future development. This is a growth efficient area relative to the different public services that are available. And then so the applicant went through and addressed the different impacts, compatibility with property, other property owners. They are next to the subdivision, the Sunset subdivision across the street, which has a large number of lots, I believe around 30. And then let's see, consistent bound or patterns of development. The same thing, there's also besides Sunset Acres, Cune Acres is another subdivision that was approved in the north of this. Natural resources, obviously this area is in aquifer protection, or a portion of the property, I think it was about a third of the lot is in aquifer protection area. And then, yeah, I won't hit on any of those other impacts unless there's questions. In the brief analysis, well, findings first, findings of fact, findings necessary for approval is listed in this report are incorporated here in its findings of fact. The applicant has provided a complete application and addressed potential impacts from the zoning change. The applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution provisions of law. So a little bit about this or this application. So we did, this was on the April 14th meeting was of the Albany County Conference or Albany County Planning and Zoning Board, and it was removed. And we met again in May, and they made a recommendation there. The development eventually with this zone change will allow for 14 lot subdivision. That's what's being proposed for this, which is consistent with the 30 acres across the street as well as the Cune acres. I will note that, you know, the lots I think will be a little bit smaller. I think they're around 4 or 5 acres a piece across the street. These ones would be around 3 acres. And the proposal is within the aquifer protection area. So that triggers a lot of things when it comes to the subdivision application. They'll have to do a DEQ report. They'll have to prepare a site-specific investigation for the property. And but yeah, they'll have to do those 2 things just to see what impacts they will have. Obviously, okay, the Albany County Comprehensive Plan does support residential development in this area. It is in the priority growth area 3. That's where we're trying to get growth to go. And it shows that the future land use map does show it as agricultural. And this proposal appears to comply with the county's adopted plans and regulations. Again, the planning and zoning reviewed this application and they made a recommendation of approval of the application based upon incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions from my perspective.
Thank you, David. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Richardson.
David, I would like to discuss a few questions about the comprehensive plan and
Sure.
sort of the notion of priority growth areas. We hear about that a lot, as though it's a limitation to a landowner's ability to develop their property how they would. And people cite that to us. But I've never understood it to be that. to me, I always understood priority growth areas to be a description of what the available services are in that area as it might relate to roads, fire, EMS, utilities and so on. So that if somebody was reading the comprehensive plan, they'd be able to see that there's less, that it's going to be more remote, or there's going to be less available to them if they develop in a priority growth area 4, let's say. So the word priority sort of bothers me because it makes it sound like it's up to the government to decide in a subjective kind of way what somebody can do with their inherent right to their land, right? And it doesn't come up very often in priority growth area 3 because that's one that I guess our comprehensive plan designates as growth efficient, right? But the fact that something in priority growth area 4 isn't growth efficient doesn't say, and our regulations don't say that that means it shouldn't or can't be done. It just means that the developer gets there's a different expectation. Does that make sense? So I wonder if my assertion is appropriate. And then the second question I have is when it comes to the priority growth area discussion, because we always cite that, but I don't know why we do. Because the regulations that are in effect are the ones that are in effect for the subdivision. So there's a question in there, but I'm trying to figure out where these intersect. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, so I can address that, hopefully. So there is a regulation that does say that the proposed zoning change, it's outlined right here in my staff report. The proposed zoning change generally follows the suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan, including but not limited to the long-range growth plan and priority growth areas. So that's in our rules. It says that in our rules that we should look at these things. Now, how we interpret those and do those, that's up for interpretation. Like there's been some interpretations today about a large lot, because it says that priority growth area should be larger lots. Well, to me, larger lots are 2 acre, 3 acre, 4 acre, 5 acre lots, compared to city standards, which are 10,000 square feet, just small lots. And it's not defined anywhere, but where we've defined as priority growth area 3, that's what's happening. That's what we're approving. So by precedent, we've defined these lots as smaller lots. I mean, anything less than 2 acres, then you have to have water to do that anyways. You have to have water or sewer from a centralized system to do that. And so you're looking at, South Laramie Water and Sewer District, Centennial Water and Sewer District, those types of things.
So let's say my subjective mind said that I generally don't think that something complies with the requirements or the suggestions in a priority growth area. Is that legally actionable as a reason to, in other words, what's more inherent, my opinion on the matter or the private property owner's right?
Jennifer.
And this is a legal question.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, commissioners, the concern about the difference between zoning use and comprehensive plan is one that's been well litigated in Wyoming courts, most recently in that asphalt specialties case that came out earlier this year. And in that case, and also in the statute that will be changing as July 1st, they are clear in saying that county use plans or comprehensive plans can be used to set forth land use policies, goals, and objectives, and to help to improve those policies, goals, and objectives, but can't be used to restrict a proposed use. use restriction can only be accomplished through zoning. So the fact that the comprehensive plan is referenced in our zoning regulations is okay. We can look to that, but we can't restrict a use based on a comprehensive plan unless those restrictions of the comprehensive plan are specifically in our zoning resolution.
And I would argue, Jennifer, that this is a zoning decision and it is tied to the resolution according to Chapter 3, Section 5, Item F, that it does say that our as David put it right here, the comprehensive plan normally would be for any development, it is connected to our comprehensive plan, and that is written in our resolution.
My only concern about that there's additional case law, which I think is the Ford case, which they had a similar thing where they talked about the comprehensive plan and what they wanted in there, but then they took the zoning enforcement parts of the comprehensive plan and wrote them into their resolutions. And that's where the court came back and said, you can do this because you've tied the enforcement, brought the enforcement piece into your resolutions. My concern, and from a legal liability standard, is if we're just referencing the comprehensive plan and saying, we would like these things, you have to comply with this, but we haven't brought the specific elements that we want you to comply with into our zoning resolutions as part of those resolutions. There's argument on both sides as to whether or not that meets the letter of the law, and it just gives argument. I think rewriting zoning resolutions to include specifically the language we want would clear up all of those issues. I just think right now it's not entirely clear whether or not the language we have in there is sufficient to meet the law.
So again, it's interpretation.
Correct.
Currently.
As is
And so
most
I
of the
may
law.
interpret that
Right.
differently than Commissioner Richardson.
Absolutely.
Jennifer, it seems to me that the ideas described in the comprehensive plan can't prohibit an inherent right to use unless that inherent right is modified in the zoning regulations. In other words, the enforceable codified thing is the zoning regulations. And the idea, which is very subjective in the comprehensive plan, that's not necessarily safe ground to stand on when it comes to applying the conclusions of law. And
I think, to Commissioner Rivera's point, where we have the reference in our zoning resolutions that references back to the comprehensive plan, they're not entirely separate like some of the prior case law has been.
are we not supposed to use the comprehensive plan as the basis for writing the regulations which apply? If I were a developer and I was reading the planning and zoning regulations, there would be no way for me to project what somebody's opinion is going to be on their interpretation of the comprehensive plan. I could only design my project around the regulations as they exist.
And that goes back to where I think that legal ambiguity is within the way our resolutions are currently written.
So this will become a case of confirmation bias. See, I'm agnostic when it comes to the rules. I like rules. They're good because property rights are inherent to the owner, and the government's job is to say yes, and here's how. So the whole reason there are rules is so there's a contract between a private property right owner and the government. So we can't necessarily say you have to follow these rules, but we don't, right? That contract, it's implicit and explicit. You know, we don't get to, it's not open and transparent if at the 11th hour we're going to subjectively decide what is and isn't a rule, or what the hierarchy of rules are, or if we're going to make somebody, you know, comply with some rule just because we like that one better than the others. So I'm struggling in this one. I've never been able to apply the comprehensive plan. I can only apply the regulations. I've been doing this for 6.5 years, and I still can't tell what the comprehensive plan is for, except to guide the planning commission, the planner, and the commissioners, you know, to be a basis for writing regulation. But until the regs are written, I don't know what the comprehensive plan is for. It just sits there as a suggestion until we act on it. And so I don't see how we act on it after the fact when we haven't acted on it at the opportunity, the appropriate legal opportunity, you know, on the front end with drafting regulations, publishing the regs, taking public comment, you know, in public hearings and so on before we approve them. So it's neither open nor transparent, the process, if we're going to apply the comprehensive plan in a subjective matter that would override somebody's inherent right. That's not just, you know, or that would override what's described in our own regulations.
And from my perspective, my concern was just that I wanted to bring to you that ambiguity part of it, where there was obviously some intention to reference the comprehensive plan in decision-making. And where I think the legal ambiguity comes down is back to that whole point. Is a reference to the comprehensive plan enough to incorporate it? My concern is no, without specifically referencing the certain things like we've done with the APOZ. We put specific APOZ regulations in to deal with that part of the comprehensive plan. So I just wanted to make you as a commission aware of where I think the concerns are, and also maybe to look at cleaning up the language of our zoning resolution, especially with this case that just came out and the change in the statutes that will come up on the first.
So that
Cooper, I would argue that our resolutions are our rules. That's what has been passed. Those are our rules. This particular resolution ties in the comprehensive plan. Therefore, it is part of the
it only goes
Yes,
one
we need to
direction.
clean
It
it up.
doesn't go the other direction. It can only go one direction, not the other way.
David?
With respect to the cap is like the comprehensive plan. It's a suggestion that's not enforceable. What's enforceable is the APOZ regs. And even if the regs refer to the cap, that doesn't mean that everything that's included in the cap are included in the APOZ regs. That relationship only flows one direction, and that's suggestion or concept to regulations. The regulations can't refer to something that's subjective.
David, go ahead.
Yeah,
In
so
concept.
I would just reference our, the regulations we're looking at. Unfortunately, they're written pretty ambiguously. Zoning change generally follows the suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. So, I mean, I think it would be different is like, it shall, you know, these regulations shall follow these things, even though it probably should be specifically, you know, embedded in the regulations. I mean, if we said, you know, well, the building codes, if we had building codes and it said we should generally follow the building codes, so which standards are we going to, you know, say, yeah, you have to follow these and yeah, you don't have to do these, you know? I mean, you know, regulations should be clear and concise and say exactly what we want to do. In this case with the comprehensive plan, you know, I think it's helped us understand how that relates now.
So Jennifer, I have a question or two. Is it true or not true that there's no inherent right to a zoning change?
The statutes, I have to pull my statute. What the statute says, and it's 18.5203, There's a line in there that says the Board of County Commissioners or its designee shall act promptly upon any application filed with it and shall grant certificates when the proposed construction or use complies with the requirements of the zoning resolution. Alternatively, it's unlawful to locate, erect, maintain, or use any land without first obtaining that certificate, and no zoning certificate shall be issued unless the plans for the building structure or use fully comply with the zoning regulations then in effect.
Okay, so it says you have an inherent right if you comply with our standards.
Yeah,
So
and
there's no inherent right, because if there were, I mean, if this was a checklist, then there would be no need for this board to weigh in on this decision at all, or the planning and zoning.
Mr. Chairman.
I think what it's saying is that as a county, we have put our zoning resolutions in place.
Mhm.
And then we have to comply with what our resolutions say.
Yep.
And so if we are if the applicant is in compliance with our resolutions, then the permit shall be issued. If they are not in compliance, then it shall not be issued.
Okay.
So the question comes down to, are they in compliance? And then you go back to that other question of where you have this ambiguity of referencing back to the comprehensive plan without specifically including the provisions of the comprehensive plan that you are the shall or absolute reference to. It leaves that ambiguity, which is not the intent of the regulations.
Right, so outside of the comprehensive plan, we have strict
In our zoning
markers to
resolution.
meet, right? And
Yes,
characteristic of the surrounding lands, right?
yes,
Environmental considerations, yada, 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 right? But those are codified. And the people have to meet that and it's this body to determine if they've met that along with the planning and zoning commission.
yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead. Sure.
I'd love to clarify that question. It is neither open nor transparent to subjectively analyze something at the end. When you're talking about checklists or rubber stamp, that's how we apply the regulations in the end. So we have our opportunity to write regulations and publish and take public comment. And that's the open and transparent way. But when we're past that point and we get to applying what we have, then it's our job to make sure that the applicant complies with the regs and that our planning office and planning commission have appropriately applied the regs. So in that sense, we are a rubber stamp commission because we're past the point of the discretionary part, which is where we would exercise our privilege in the terms of the mandates on the front end to write regulations. At the point that we're at in any of these issues that come in front of us, we don't have the subjectivity anymore beyond making sure that our planner and planning commission have acted properly and that everything's done legally, because the contract we can't ask the developer to comply with a set of regulations that we don't want to comply with. It's a contract. And so we can't violate it just because we feel like it. We have to write the rules on the front end.
I might have to just absolutely disagree with that.
Well, that's a legal position, I'm not being subjective. That's the way it is.
Well, I would disagree with it. That's the way it is. That this zoning change or any zoning change will not be complete until this board weighs in on it. We're not down a road that's past no return. We're at the point where we make a decision.
I
Now,
never
we
said
have
that.
disagreed
I never
with
said
our
that.
planning and zoning before. And when we disagreed, then our opinion was paramount and was the ruling opinion. So statutorily, we can either approve or deny, and that is our job. If it was beyond that, we would just say, once it gets planning and zoning and the checklist is punched off, then it's done. But it doesn't say that. It says it must come before the county commission. This
Mr.
is the
Chairman,
final approval.
We have to cite the findings of fact and conclusions of law to approve it. And if we don't, we are legally vulnerable if we can't cite any deficiency. And we just don't approve it because that's what we feel like doing.
Agreed. If this is not approved, you have to give a reason for non-approval. Is that correct, Jennifer? Is that my understanding correct?
If it were to not be approved, you would need to cite back to the zoning resolution to show which part of the zoning resolutions you believe it did not meet.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Or at least stated than what I stated. So commissioners, any further questions?
Yeah, as far as citing findings, then I would go back and say that the staff should be pointing out the incompatibilities and the impacts. And by your own presentation today, David, you said that generally out there, the acres, the properties are 5 acres or more. And yet in our priority growth area 3, it says that since these properties may only be served by on-site septic systems, they will be generally larger lots with single family homes. 2 acres or 3 acres, whatever Mr. Toro is presenting, are not large lots. And you gave a description of, well, it's bigger than what's in town. This is also agricultural zone. And in your presentation, you presented that these lots out there are generally 5 acres or more. So that isn't meeting the findings required.
Which one?
As far as the lot size and what falls under our priority growth area.
So the use is the same, right, as across the street. Everybody has residential uses. They have a house, they have a septic, they have a lawn. So in my opinion, that is consistent with what's going to happen. They're going to have 14 lots with a little more traffic on Roger Canyon Road, which should not impact the road. According to Road and Bridge, I had no comments from Road and Bridge to say that there would be any negative impacts there. So between those things, I mean, just because they're a little bit smaller lot doesn't mean it's inconsistent with the residential uses that have been established. And that's how I saw that. I mean, obviously you can see that differently. That's fine. But from my opinion, it's consistent with what's already out there.
I think the consistency discussion relates to, if somebody wanted to put a slaughter plant or a feedlot out there across the street from the housing development. It seems like we would be taking liberties with consistency of use.
To go a little bit further, we have not defined what size lots can go in priority growth area 3. That's nowhere to be found. It just says larger lots. Well, what does larger lots mean? Again, it's whoever interprets that. I mean, the city thinks it's 35 acre lots. Others may think it's 10 acre lots. Others may think it's, in my opinion, like I said, 2 or above is a large lot. That's a big lot, if you're in the city, my lot is way smaller than that. It's probably 1/8 of an acre, or maybe 1/10 of an acre. I can't remember what it is, but so again, and I'm taking that with the other zoning category we have is urban residential. Well, that requires water or sewer to be urban residential. Well, we don't require that, in small lot residential or rural residential. Really, the difference between rural residential and small lot residential is we're trying to have rural residential be more of a, kind of an ag type, situation where they can do some ag things. And then small lot residential is more just for residential purposes. But
no life,
that's
no
all up to
animals,
interpretation as well.
no pets beyond cats and dogs.
I'm not going to go into what's large lot and what isn't large
Right.
lot. I'll give you your interpretation. As I will argue, my interpretation is that this is a zoning decision and our zoning decision is tied in to our comprehensive plan. That's my interpretation.
Sure. David, what is the Sunny Acres, I think it is across the road? What is their zoning designation?
Sunset Acres,
Sunset Acres, excuse me.
I believe that's rural residential.
Okay, and this would be small lot residential. Correct. So this is a change, right? This is a difference. And we will discuss this difference coming up later in this agenda. I'm sure of it. And so our regs require us to be consistent and with the lands around, right? We're surrounded with ag, state land, rural residential. Is there any small lot residential around this proposed zoning? Okay, no, there's not. Okay. And then our regs also require environmental considerations, right? A third or so, I'm guessing, under our existing APAWS line, which we know to be incorrect, is on this acreage. It's also a little bit more than a quarter of a mile away to the city wells, right? To the spur well, which has had some interesting history behind it, right? I was reading this, I understood some history about what was required for the city and monitoring wells, and I can understand that in the 70s. But the city has a different line for the APAWS, and that line is further into this property, and it's also a discussion we're having right now as a commission, right, with our APAWS regulations. We know the line's incorrect. We know that from well data. We need to make that line more correct. And so approving a zoning change when a line is in dispute, is that, talk to me about what your thoughts are as a professional planner on doing something like that. Wouldn't you want to get the line right?
Mr. Chairman,
Just a minute. Okay, yeah, so the way I would address that is it doesn't matter if it's in or out of the aquifer protection overlay zone. We don't have any regulations that say they can't subdivide. We don't have any regulations that say they can't do a zone change. There's nothing on the books or even a lot line or a lot size in the Casper Aquifer Protection Plan, if we want to look at that, that says they can't do a 2-acre lot size. There's nothing in there that says that. So I can't arbitrarily just make things up and pull things out that I don't have. If the plan said this, I would bring it up. If it said that we have to, have 35 acres in the reg, or that's what it says in the regs, I would follow that, but it doesn't. And so I am here to represent what the regulations say and bring that to you. And obviously, there's subjection to that, but in my opinion, it's following the regulations. So.
Yeah, well, this body has to consider if our environmental concerns have been addressed.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And just to point out a flaw in our regulations, we don't require any reports for a zoning change, and that came up in the public comment. We don't require reports to show that, this isn't going to impact the water or anything. That won't come until we have a subdivision application. And maybe that's a change we need to make, but from all I know, everything's going to be good, and you're going to put septics out there and there's not going to be any problems, but we don't require that. There's no requirement. And so that makes it difficult too, to not have that information. So.
Yeah, but this board has to consider
absolutely.
that assessment in the zoning
That's your
change.
prerogative. My prerogative, all I'm bringing is a recommendation. Actually, I'm bringing planning and zoning's recommendation to you, so.
Okay, awesome. Commissioner Richardson, go ahead,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, we have to consider this within the regulations that apply.
Agreed.
And an applicant is entitled to the regulations as they exist at the time they apply, not something that we project out of moral concern. That doesn't really work in a court of law. So what deficiency would we cite if we were to not allow this to go forward? Can you think of any?
I mean, you know, I mean, that's kind of up to you guys. I mean, we.
No, but I'm
provided-
asking you your professional opinion. Are there any deficiencies that we could lean on to deny this subdivision?
I don't have any information or data or report to bring you anything that is contrary to, you know, what's required
To the recommendation?
to the recommendation.
So either way, at this point, if we approve it, we've approved a small lot residential in amongst ag, state land and rural residential. Or we disapprove it, we've disapproved a small lot residential zoning change in amongst rural residential ag. Right, so we're gonna have to we're gonna split the baby here today, one way or the other.
Absolutely.
And so whether we approve it or don't approve it, we are making a determination. And I want that to be thought of as we do this. Also environmental concerns. We are saying those don't weigh if we approve, or they might weigh if we disapprove. Those are considerations this board has to make. And that's why we are here today as the final arbiter of this discussion.
Yeah, and I believe you guys have the right to make that decision. You know, you don't have to agree with planning and zoning. You don't have to agree with staff. You don't have to agree with the county attorney. I mean, it's up to you.
Right.
I would my only recommendation is that if you do deny it, then you're not denying it based on the staff report. You're denying it based on your findings that you have found. So.
Yeah. Mr. Cook, Mr. Toro, would you like to address any of this or none of it? You don't have to. I just want to give you the opportunity that you've listened to the discussion a bit, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gosar. I think that something that is worth noting in here is that the bottom line here is that there really isn't much difference, and Mr. Gertz can clarify what is the difference between rural residential and small lots residential as far as lot size and use.
Yeah, so small lot residential, it's a 2 acre minimum lot size and a 2 acre average. So meaning you can go down to 2 acres for all the lots. Rural residential is a 2 acre minimum lot size, 5 acre average lot size. Meaning that if you have a 10 acre lot, you can do a 2 and an 8, 3 and a 7, but 2 is the minimum lot size. So that there's less density it can be more dense if it's small residential, where rural residential, you have to have a 5 acre average.
So I think that with that, commissioners, the difference is really negligible in this context. The lots that are, I guess, slated to be proposed on the subdivision request when that comes up after the zoning is approved are greater than 3 acres. So they're going to be, though smaller than an average of 5, they're still going to be within the, within that range, so that it doesn't compromise something that strays so far from the consistent use of the area across the street in the Sunset Acres, I believe, that would make it, incompatible with the local use. I think it's also worthy of note that in the context of the agricultural area, a 48 acre triangle of land, which is what this is really incompatible with ag use. You can't graze anything on it that in any substantial manner. You can't, obviously you can't raise a crop other than perhaps hay out there. And so that gets into the economic impact in the county, where you can talk about, I think last year, and my numbers are general here, but last year for 2020, the taxation on that particular 48 acres as ag was $850, whereas across the street on the residential lots, those brought in 15,000 or more in a similarly sized residential area. So, there's a significant economic impact for the county's coffers and treasury in doing this, a good use of the property. And finally, I just want to address some of these concerns that have been raised among the commissioners and I think in the public comment about the natural and environmental impact You know, a slightly more than a quarter, but less than a third of the property is in that aquifer protection overlay zone as it exists under the county regulation. But it's also noted that, you know, in all of the regulations, that residential property, though having an impact on the aquifer protection zone, has a more limited and minimal impact. Nobody's suggesting putting a car wash or a grease monkey or an addition to the Ford garage, a gas station, anything of that sort on this. So the only environmental impact that would come out of these residential lots with ordinary lawns, ordinary residential use would be septic systems that must go through strict DEQ regulations before you put them in. And wells that must be dug for residential use in the area. That residential use wells really provide a good incentive for the occupants of those residential sites not to be doing anything that's going to poison the water underneath them, because they're going to be impacted far earlier and far more than any of the city water use, all of those things. So I can't speak to the science of any of those things, or the shale, or the Satanka formation, and all those issues that come up in that DEQ review that would happen when that time comes, when those things get built. But, you know, to consider all the environmental impacts, I think that it's not a non-issue, but it's a smaller issue than I think a lot of people are raising, because of the interests of everybody involved in keeping the water clean and unpolluted. So I think I'll leave it at that, but if you have any other questions, I'm certainly here.
Commissioner Richard, any further questions?
Yeah,
Sure.
just a comment, Mr. Chairman, in the United States of America, all land starts out as agricultural before it gets rezoned to be any other use. And it would seem really perverse and strange to me to say that residential doesn't match agricultural land. If you go to the Front Range, to the Boise, to entirety of California, to the Wasatch Front, what happens is agricultural land gets subdivided and built on, because subdivisions are a higher and better use than agriculture, and the taxation reflects that. It's a weird subject to even bring up, the compatibility of those things.
It's in our regs, the compatibility of those things, and whether it's a weird thing or not, right? We have, that is part of our appropriate response to this, is a characteristic of lands surrounding, and weird or not, that is a determination we're going to make or not make, and we'll make it later today or not make it later today. So.
Yeah, I have a couple of
Commissioner Barrett,
comments.
sure. How about final thoughts, and then we'll
Okay.
figure out what we're going to do from there.
As far as economic impacts, I will give you, there'll be an increase in tax base, but there's also going to be an increase in expenses as far as law enforcement, sheriff out there, school buses. So it doesn't come without some added expenses as well. As far as the environmental impacts, I don't think we can minimize the fact that this is 14 small lots that are each going to have 14 separate septic tanks. And it does sit very close to the municipal wellhead that is the source of water for, a critical source of water for the city. So these are environmental impacts that aren't minimal.
Commissioner Richardson, anything? Yeah.
I guess one last thing, it was mentioned under land use 3, that there is a need for various kinds of housing. I would argue that Laramie does need housing, but that would be affordable housing. And I don't think this is intended, this division actually meets that affordable housing.
Well, clearly it's written in our regulations that we're only allowed to approve affordable housing according to our definition of it. That the landowner doesn't have the right to apply in the regulations and have it approved. This is not an ideological decision. This is real about somebody's property. We don't have to require somebody to go build affordable housing. That's not the government's job.
But if that's used as an argument for allowing this land or the zoning change, then you can't have it both
We have
ways.
40 homes on the market in a county that has 40,000 people in it. We need every kind of housing. And it's not a legal position of this commission to decide what kind. That's a market-driven decision. If they build them and nobody buys the lots, I guess they're gonna have a bunch of capital tied up for a bunch of years till they sell them off really slowly. But somehow I think that's not gonna happen. And it's not even any of my business.
Well, I would argue that a landowner's rights stop where it becomes detriment to the greater population, the greater community. And
That would be an assertion that you're making, a subjective one, with no legal basis.
Well, I guess we'll just stop it there. I think we've all had an opportunity to state our positions, and I'd entertain a motion on item 16, Rogers Canyon zoning change, application LUC-04-21.
Mr. Chair, I move that we deny this change in zoning due to, for all the reasons I've stated.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir.
The motion would be to approve, and then we either vote for it or against it. I don't think you can make a motion in the negative.
Okay. Jennifer, could you tell me about that? Is that true? Can't remember. Do we approve a zoning change?
It's on here as present for consideration. And I don't know about making a motion in the negative. I can do some quick research and let you know.
Yeah, we denied stuff, right? To approve.
Well,
and then-
the motion has to be to approve, and then you vote on it and you either approve it or you don't.
Why don't you just make a motion to deny the zoning change application, and you vote either deny it or not deny it?
Well, it's, I never thought that it was a logical or intellectual thing to understand that concept, but you make motions in the affirmative for the issue that's in front of you, and then you decide whether to approve it or not.
But our item isn't saying present for approval,
Well, why is it here?
saying present for consideration.
Commissioner Barrett, yeah, your motion, however you'd like to make it, and if you would give us at least one reason to either, no
Okay.
reason to approve,
Right.
one reason to deny, please.
Okay, I move that we deny the Roger Canyon zoning change application. And based on the zoning decision tied to our comprehensive plan by resolution, chapter 3, section 5, item F.
Mr. Chairman, my question or my comments as it relates to the motion specifically have to do with Robert's rules and whether you're in the majority or the minority, how it gets brought back up.
Could you clarify that,
Yeah.
please?
Well, you have to be in the majority to bring an issue back. But it confuses that issue when you make a motion to deny something rather than a motion to approve something. It's lawyer language, but anyway. I don't have a second.
Yeah. Second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 17. Present for consideration Osborne Land Use Change Application LUC-02-21. So, good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Okay, the applicant is Osborne Concrete Services. They're located at 1 Cottontail Drive. The request is to change zoning from small lot residential to urban residential. Current use is residential. Only one dwelling unit currently exists, and access can be off of Cottontail Drive. There were 4 reviews and no one had any concerns. Notice has been provided by posted sign, publication, and certified mailings as required. Findings necessary for approval. The applicant has provided the required site plans. This is in priority growth area 2. The applicant has addressed all potential impacts. I'll just point out that wastewater needs to follow the Albany County wastewater regulations, and 7 Mile Water District has given permission to extra taps. Findings of fact. The findings necessary for approval as listed in this report are incorporated herein as findings of fact. The property is currently zoned small lot residential. Property is in priority growth area 2. The applicant wants to make this lot to a 4-lot subdivision, which will require an urban residential zoning. Upon acceptance of this proposal, the applicant will need to complete and turn in a subdivision application to the county planning office. 7 Mile Water District needs to give permission for additional taps. The applicant has provided a complete application and has addressed the potential impacts this may cause. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. Staff analysis, this property is in priority growth area 2, which would allow for an urban residential zoning. Upon acceptance of this proposal, the applicant will need to complete and turn in subdivision application to the county planning office. 7 Mile Water District has given permission for 3 additional taps. The applicant has provided information that ensures the impacts and nuisances will be minimum. Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is to approve the Osborne Land Use Change Application LUC-02-21 based upon and incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, maybe it's a question, maybe it's a comment. Joe, should the county be promoting this kind of density, especially considering the septic system? I mean, granted, this could be a flaw in our zoning, but is this something we should be promoting?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ibarra, our comprehensive plan has created the coming back to the priority growth areas to show what types and where we should have growth. And we've come up with those with zoning categories to allow for more dense growth. The area that this is in is a priority growth area 3 or 2, which is where we're trying to promote growth, right? And so in this area, they can go down to 1 acre lot size if they get an urban growth or urban residential zoning change. So, it's my opinion, if we're following our comp plan and we're following what the available zoning types in our zoning resolution, that we have, inferred that yes, we want this type of growth if it's appropriate. And in this area, I'm guessing the lots there are 1/4 acre that are already in the 7 Mile Water District. These will be 1 acre lot sizes. So these are going to be significantly larger lots. So, I mean, that's where, we came up with comp plan, and this is what we're saying we should do. So we're kind of following in that vein. But if that's, not the policy that you want, then we can review that and we can change the comp plan, we can change our regulations. But, we're just following the documents that we have. So.
Another flaw in zoning possibly.
I mean.
Yes, I know.
It's a tough issue, that zoning. It's a tough issue, that zoning.
Yeah, I know, David.
Yeah. Anybody else? Questions? Jake, good morning. Would you like to say anything about the Osborne land use change application LUC 02-21?
Commissioners, thank you for your time and the consideration of this. I would just like to address something that was brought up in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting about how many more lots could be developed out there, and that each one of these and I would like to make a clarification, or at least a statement. The 7 Mile Water and Sewer District, there is not a sewer district there. They don't have any sewer services. Everything will be septic systems. As David was saying, that these are going to be 1 acre lots. 7 Mile has 54 allocated water taps available through the city of Laramie. And we're requesting, and they have approved, the 7 Mile Water District has approved 3 additional taps to Cottontail. There's 1 existing there currently. And so that'll only allow 6 more possible, let's say, small lot developments in that area for a total of 54. So we're adding 3 more lots. There's 1 existing house there that's on septic. We're proposing to add 3 more. And, it's the water table is about 12 feet deep. We had it tested extensively for class 3 waters, and it came back with about 1,800 milligrams per liter of sulfur, which is the sulfates in that is well higher than what anybody would want to drink. So, and the underlying aquifer in that area is 1,000+ feet through shale and various different types of fairly impermeable layers of soil. So I think with that, thank you for your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Mr. Schneider. Thank you. Anybody here? Commissioners, any more questions? I entertain a motion for item 17.
I move that we approve the Osborne land use application LUC-02-21, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 18. Present for consideration, Ivanhoe zoning change application LUC-06-20. David, looks like you have your name on it. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. I gave Joe the easy ones today.
I guess next week or 2 weeks, Joe, you know what's coming.
We'd have approved that if it had some portion of it over the aquifer.
It's a good question.
Well, I mean, it comes down to subjectivity of application of the regulations.
No,
What we feel like doing.
we have an APOS, Eber, and it is a different set of regulations
Right.
than everywhere else.
But I mean,
So-
all things being similar.
Okay, David, yours, please.
Sure. Mary Ivanoff is the applicant. Her property is located at 3933 Carryland Lane. The request is for a zoning change of a 9.14 acre property from rural residential to small lot residential. All these the properties are accessed from Carryland Lane currently. And we sent it out for review and received no comments or no concerns from those that provided comments. So notice was provided. The applicant has provided the required site plan and survey. Again, this is in priority growth area 1. And this is where it's equivalent to the city of Laramie's urban growth area. In this area where city service may be able to be extended efficiently, it is the area where the city is planning future extensions of roads, water, sewer, and public services financed through the future development. The intent is for properties in priority growth area 1 to develop city densities, standards, and annex or eventually annex to the city of Laramie. Again, this is growth efficiency due to its proximity to the city. compatibility, I'll just read some of the comments that I have. So the change of zoning to allow greater density is similar to the rest of the area that has been developed along Caryland Lane. There are multiple lots with lot sizes that are around 2 acres in this area. The current and proposed zoning districts are intended for residential uses. This proposal will not create any incompatible uses. Again, it's consistent with the area. I mean, this is in a residential neighborhood that's already been developed. And honestly, there's this lot, there's already 2 lots here. And they're created with the zone change, they would be able to create 1 additional lot. And then let's see, natural resources. These will be septics, obviously. There's no services in the area or that are connected to this subdivision or this area here. And then this is in an area where the city does have the right to review the application. They don't have any authority to make a deny or approve the application, but they did review this. And I just point out that they had some comments on this, which are included in the staff report. So this application was tabled by the Planning and Zoning Commission last October to allow the applicant to complete additional research on whether legal access to the property exists. The applicant has provided additional information on the access. This information has been reviewed by the county attorney's office. Legal access to the property has been properly documented. The proposal is consistent with the developed area around Caryland Lane. In that proposed uses are residential and the density is consistent with lots to the east. This property is contiguous to the city of Laramie municipal boundaries on its north property line. The city of Laramie currently does not have water and service or sewer services in this area, nor to my knowledge do they have any immediate plans to provide those. It's in priority growth area 1, as I said, and ultimately this proposal will add 1 additional lot to the area. The property currently consists of 2 legal parcels. And the application has met all the requirements of the zone changes consistent with the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. So yeah, this is one that obviously you heard comments from Mr. Mitch Edwards on legal access. So if you have any questions about that, I actually will defer to Jennifer Kern, who reviewed the legal access on this project. So,
Commissioners, any questions for David? And then if you have questions for Jennifer, we'll bring her up next.
I don't have a question. I just have the same comment that if we only had a comprehensive plan, then of course we couldn't deny this application. But again, I think the comprehensive plan is tied to the resolution, and therefore a finding of fact that this has been met as far as in compliance with our comprehensive plan. I don't believe it's there.
Commissioner Richardson, anything?
David, is there anything applying the current regulations that are anything that's deficient in this application that can be cited as a reason to deny it?
not in this application.
David, I read in the application or somewhere in the documentation that there's some water right issue. Is that been cleared up?
That doesn't pertain to this application.
Okay.
It pertains to the next. I actually did put in a call to DEQ this morning just to see what the status is of that. And I did talk to the gentleman there. I forgot his name. Let me find his name. Right. Oh, excuse me. It's Dennis. I can't never get it. Remember his last name.
That's all right. Well, you can come back to it and let us know.
Okay. So anyways, Dennis reviewed the application, or in my conversation with him today, well, actually he left me a message saying that the water rights have been taken care of, and that was the only reason that they recommended denial of that. So I don't have any documentation, but verbally he said it was fine. So.
Okay, one last question, since I'm not been involved in area that has been zoned next to the city for annexing. What is the general, how does that process work? Right? I'm not saying this is going to be annexed. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you need to pay attention to that, right? Because you need streets to line up. You need water things to line up. You need those things have to be paid attention to. How does that work, right? Does somebody ask for this, go through this through the zoning change subdivision process and then ask to be annexed by the city? Or does the city say, hey, you're close enough, you meet our certain requirements, we need to annex you? How does this work? How does it work?
So right now, I believe the property owners would have to ask for annexation for that to occur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing as forced annexation.
Okay. Just a process question. Any commissioners, any questions for Jennifer with regard to the road access? Great. Mitch, would you like to speak? I'm guessing you might.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, Mitch Edwards on behalf of the neighboring property owners. I just want to address a couple things with this particular zone change application. First off, commissioners, I believe you were correct when you were stating that there's no inherent right to a zone change. The only inherent rights are those vested rights, which are the existing uses for the existing zones that are permitted uses. What we have here is someone requesting to change from rural residential to small lot residential. We heard during the last discussion about the differences between rural residential and small lot residential. And all the surrounding properties here are zoned rural residential, meaning that they can have lot sizes of 2 acres, but they have to have a density of at least 5 acres. And so you have to look at the entire area to say, okay, are those densities being met with respect to the rural residential? If you change this particular property from rural residential to small lot residential, and now we have smaller lots with more houses and more density, it now kicks into effect the fact that now the neighboring property owners that are rural residential that have a 2 acre lot are now a non-conforming use because the density is now taken down and increased, if you will, because these other lots that were used to create that 5 acre density are now made smaller. And so you now would be creating a bunch of non-conforming lots along this area that are zoned rural residential. So that is one of the reasons why you can actually deny this request because it's not compatible with the surrounding properties. The second reason is the road network impacts, and the existing road network. You have to be able to find that the existing road network can accommodate any increase in traffic. Well, the problem here is that the increase in traffic by proposing a smaller lot system is that they have to have minimum requirements for those roads. And those minimum requirements for those subdivisions of that nature of a smaller subdivision, smaller lot, cannot be met in this case, as are the requirements. We just heard Mr. Gertz talk about this is a priority growth area 1, which is correct. But that priority growth area 1 requires that the improvements be made to the city standards at the cost of the development that is being made. And when we get into the subdivision request, you're going to see that that's not happening in this case either. And so what's happening is those economic impacts are being punted to a future issue that if the city were to annex, whether through forced annexation by surrounding the property on 3 sides, which I don't think it does at this time, or through an application for annexation, it now creates a burden like you see over in West Laramie, where now the property owners are going to have to come up with the money themselves because somebody else subdivided the property and didn't build those roads and that road network to the standards that are currently required. It's not an issue of what was required in 1971. It's what's required by the regulations now at this time that they're requesting the zone change and ultimately the subdivision application. And for those reasons, we don't feel that it meets the requirements for a zone change at this time because you cannot show that it's compatible with surrounding uses because it creates non-conforming lots, and 2, because the road impact network has not been sufficiently defined for this particular type of use.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Commissioners. And Jared, I think you had your hand up. Are you still?
Not still, but I can reply essentially to Mr. Edwards's concerns. With regards to overloading the road or having enough, or with regards to that, we would be adding one resident. At the end of this process, the only thing that would be built would be one additional house on a 3-acre lot. The next issue I'd like to raise is that there are existing lots out off of Carrie Lynn Lane, smaller than 2 acres, zoned residential. I'm looking at the Albany County GIS assessor's map right now, and I'm looking at David Montgomery's property is 1.26 acres, and he still uses it to keep horses and such. So I don't see how having a 3-acre lot that matches the size of most, or that is larger than most of the lots already existing on Carrie Lynn Lane violates the spirit of the subdivision or the use of the lands out there, when they would still be larger and less dense than some of the residences out there as well. And then before, in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the question was of legal access, whether or not anyone on Carrie Lynn Lane had rights to access their lots on the west side of Lot 7 with the existing legal documents. We have proved that we have legal access, and if you look at the existing zoning map, we're not doing anything that's out of sorts with any existing lot already on Carrie Lynn Lane. This would just be more of the same, a small 3-acre ranchette, put on well and septic, and accessed by Carrie Lynn Lane through documents that were established in 1971. It's from my standpoint, it's very simple.
Commissioners, any questions for either Mr. Edwards or Mr. Ralph?
I'd like to ask Jared a question.
Sure.
I'm pretty familiar with Carrie Lynn Lane. Those lots are pretty tiny all along there, and but I don't have the assessor's map in front of us. Can you tell us a smattering of lot sizes across there, going west from Vista Drive? It seems
absolutely.
Like
actually, would I be able to?
There might be
share my
like 12 structures, 13 on developed lots, and I'm curious what those acreages are.
Let's see. So directly west of Vista Drive, north side of Carrie Lynn Lane, we're looking at a 4.8 acre lot owned by Charles and Cindy Berry. Directed to the south of them, we have a 2.14 acre lot owned by Terry P. Cook. Then there's let me see here, 2.1 acre lot owned by Stephen and Tamara Linz. There's a 2.5 acre lot owned by Roger and Angela Bedell. Larger lot, 5.33 acres, owned by Roy and Doris Bain. Dennis and Lori Lester, 2.5 acres. Alvin Martinez, 5.4 acres. The first lot owned by David Montgomery is 2.5 acres. Then there's a 1.26 acre lot owned by the Patricia A. Butler Living Family Trust. A 1.26 acre lot owned by David Montgomery. We have the Ivanoff lot, which is 9.14 acres, the largest one that we've had so far. And directly south of them on mostly vacant land, David Montgomery on a 7.3 acre lot. So really, we'd be bringing Mary's larger lot down to meet the average size of the lots along Carryland Lane by knocking them down from 9 acres to 3 acres. It would be a lot closer to what it looks like. Most of the lots are about 2.5 acres.
Any further?
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if our attorney could speak to the concept of non-conforming uses. That's kind of a radioactive phrase, and I'm struggling to understand the concept of non-conforming use in this context.
I would have to do research to tell you whether specifically there's anything in the statutes or in the case law about non-conforming use. But in general, you're talking about residential use along Carryland Lane that's not changing. You're changing the size of a lot, you're adding an additional residence. But it remains as residential along that road.
So generally, a non-conforming use is one that doesn't match the regulations and I can't figure out how creating another subdivision would make an existing subdivision non-conforming.
I haven't done the research to be able to answer that question for you, but I can.
When they haven't changed the use or the zoning, or the regulations, I can't figure out how that would become a non-conforming use. Based on what somebody does with adjacent property, I can't figure it out.
So maybe I'm understanding Heber, but I'm not real sure. Maybe this is a question for David. So I'm not sure that all of that land was subdivided or platted at the same time. And they used 5 acre density average to get rural residential designation. If somebody has this piece, let's say this 9 acres, allowed the rest of those lots to meet that average of 5 acres. And then this piece of property now goes down to smaller than 9 acres. And the rest of those, because of that fact, the rest of those lots no longer meet the 5 acre average required of rural residential. What is the remedy for that? Are they all now becoming non-conforming lots? And do they all have to petition for a zoning change? Or it seems like a pretty intricate question.
Not in my opinion. I mean,
Okay.
so my opinion is that so the rural residential zoning, they didn't come along until 2015. That was when that came into play. And so when planning and zoning came up with that and the board approved it, it was just for that whole area. You know, the density and the lot sizes are specific to new subdivisions. So it doesn't have to do with the area. I mean, if we're looking at that, then we'll just include the entire, rural residential district throughout the entire county. And I'm sure they're still fine. So, I mean, because you can't just say this area, well, we're talking about this area or that area. And these lots out here, they were created by a deed. I mean, they didn't go through a subdivision process. And then once they were created, they were deeded off again. I mean, this has all happened years ago, but it wasn't, they went through a subdivision, they had zoning, we didn't have zoning until 1997. So I guess in short, my opinion is that there's not going to be any non-conforming lots out there.
Okay. Super.
You can't, by virtue, the non-conforming, the density issue only applies to the new application. It can't retroactively cover all of the surrounding lots that were part of a different subdivision.
Gotcha.
That density requirement can only apply to the subdivision at hand.
Commissioner Rivera, anything?
No, I agree.
And Mr. Ralph, just one final question. There was a discussion about needing either 80-foot of road or 50-foot of road. I think if I remember correctly, reading through this, there is 40-foot of easement granted. How would you respond to the need of either 80 or 50 feet?
Well, I'd have to go by the deed that grants it as a 40-foot wide road. But again, this was done in 1971. This was a process that started in 1952 by McConnell trying to grant access to all of those lots along Cary Lynn Lane. And it was just through the process of that paperwork, it got knocked down to a 40-foot wide. Well, it's not a right of way, it's an easement. Or I might even be using the wrong terminology there, but it's still a private road was granted long before those requirements were in place. Now, if we were building a new road, if we were platting to add a right of way, then we would be subject to that. But right now, as it exists, that access and that legally only comes from those papers from 1971.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Jennifer.
Chairman Gosar, I was just going to let you know, the road issue is covered under 18.5207, I think it is, which is the continuation of non-conforming uses. So where David brought up that the land use change didn't come into effect until 1995 or whatever date that was. Anything that was in use prior to that, which would apply to the roads or the prior designation of the subdivisions, even though the regulations changed after, so the road requirements were put in after this easement for this road was granted at 40 feet, it doesn't mean now that they have to come back and update the road to the current regulations when you're not changing the use of that road.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mitch Edwards, I just want to address that really quickly. They're actually applying for a change to the densities and the size and the zoning. And they're going to be applying in the next application for a subdivision permit, which requires them to comply with the existing regulations. If they cannot comply with the existing regulations, they're not entitled to a subdivision permit. The adequate access they have to show is to comply with the current standards. Otherwise, they get to leave their property as it existed in 1971 under the existing road rights of way that were not granted then. The legislature was very specific to make sure that people cannot subdivide their property and obtain a subdivision permit without meeting minimum road width requirements and upgrading those roads to the purpose of serving that subdivision, so that you don't have people coming in here and complaining to you, the commissioners, about their access, the quality of their access, and all those road issues that all the other counties have faced over the years, because people were allowed previously to subdivide property without having adequate access.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
I'm not sure if that concept applies only to the portion of new road they build within their subdivision, or if it applies to the entire half-mile length of that road. Also, so I live in a neighborhood where, because it's a private road that has public access, I live in a neighborhood really similar to that where we have a road improvement district. And that it makes me curious as to why the homeowners and the property owners on Cary Lynn Lane have never set up a road improvement district. But then they would ask a 3-lot subdivision to build a half a mile of paved road with curb and gutter. And the city, the regulations don't exist to require that. My head is spinning here because I just can't sort through all the baloney. It's making me crazy.
Well, while you're sorting, Mr. Alp, your hand's up.
Yes, I think I can help, Mr. Richardson. I did, following the county requirement that the establishment of a road board, like you said, be done prior to applying for a subdivision. We have the leeway of making a reasonable effort with regards to existing roads. So I did come up with a form letter for a road maintenance agreement and forming a board and everything like that. Nobody replied. I got the receipts into Mr. Gertz along with a copy of the road maintenance agreement, but you're right. We had asked the residents of Carryland Lane to come together to make those decisions to form that sort of board, and there was zero interest. Also, I would argue that, again, with regards to establishing access to the residents, with this new subdivision, the road already exists. We're grandfathered in, as was stated earlier. We are grandfathered in by the establishment of Carryland Lane as a private road, by by McConnell in 1971. That doesn't mean you can never work on your property unless you go back and rebuild the entire access road that leads up to your property. That puts an undue burden on any property owner out in the county. If we say, oh, that's great, you want to put up a pole barn or something, or subdivide your land for your kids, but now you have to go back and rebuild this access road all the way back to a public access. I don't know if that was the intent of the new subdivision regulations, but normally that's not something that's required when we subdivide land with an existing access.
Well, Jared, if I were a property owner on that road, there's no way I'd enter into a road improvement district when I felt like I could make the neighbor at the end of the road pay for all of my 55 years of neglect of the road, in one fell swoop. But then I'd have to start making contributions to the repairs of my own road.
Mr. Chair, I have a question
Commissioner
for
Barrett.
Jennifer, please. Jennifer, just for clarification, or just so that I understand, does the road size apply to the zoning change or only to the subdivision permit?
So my understanding, and David can clarify if I'm wrong, is that the zoning change requires that you have adequate access. And the road requirements are within the subdivision. And there are no roads being built within this subdivision that's being proposed by Ms. Ivanoff in this next item.
So the access has always existed, and they're not building any new internal roads in the subdivision. It's existed since 1970.
The intention is for the newly created lot to access Carryland Lane under the existing easement from 1971 that was granted by that property owner at the far west end of Carryland Lane when he owned all of it, and he's the one who granted that easement. And he gave all of these additional lots between where Carryland Lane ends on the west and all the property owners on the east where it connects to Vista. He gave them the right to use that road that he built as those lots were subdivided.
So the point is, it wouldn't make any sense to subdivide lots that had no legal access to them.
Correct. And so the original owner of that property had the road put in. And then as he subdivided, he granted access to those lots to the east of where his property, where that Carryland Lane ends.
And that access is included all the way up to and including the Ivanoff property.
It's written to include lots 7 and 8, and the Ivanoff property is in lot 7.
And lot 8 is that the windmill subdivision?
Part, I will have to look for sure. I think part of is 6 and 5, I think. I think it starts on the west side with numbering and runs east. So I think those are like 5 and 6, and then 7 were the original lots.
So could we separate the issues? So let's go with the zoning change first, and then let's move to the subdivision. Any further questions about the zoning change from the commission? I'd entertain a motion, commissioners, for item 18.
I move that we approve item 18, the Ivanov zoning change application LUC-06-20, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? So my consideration for seconding is I want to have a further discussion about this. I think this is a change to the surrounding lots. And although I seconded it, I wonder, Mr. Ralph, how you would address the discussion about the urban planning, and that will be coming up in the subdivision. But we need to start working with these interfaces so they make sense. Is there something that you can allay my fears that this isn't going to make a difficult transition if this were to be annexed by the city?
I don't see why there would be difficult if annexed by the city. The only argument I would think would be whose responsibility it is to bring city utilities to that property. Are we going to say that if someone is subdividing their property so that they can have a relative build a house on a lot that meets or exceeds the average size of the lots already in that area, why are we putting the burden of essentially running water and sewer up Vista Drive to Carryland Lane on them when they are not rebuilding any infrastructure? They are just subdividing their land so that they can do with their land what they want. I don't think that this project or this microcosm on this lot would prevent the city from having to figure out an issue that's already staring them in the face when it comes to how are we going to serve these lots if we want to annex them, and whose responsibility is that? I don't think this interferes with the city's plans, because the city still has a responsibility to figure out their own logistics.
Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
It is my opinion that, and it's fact, that we don't have a regulation we can point to in our zoning resolution that says that we get to limit the use of someone's property today on an unpredictable 30 or 40 year eventuality that we might foresee.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting the planning be in our forefront, because it is right next to the city, right? And that's why you get streets
Planning's in
on.
the forefront of my mind, but I can really apply regulations. Planning is in the forefront of my mind, but I can't apply regulations that don't exist.
Surely. My question was about planning. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, so this area is already developed. I mean, we're just looking at, some additional lots out here. So, I mean, even for the city to want to run utilities, I mean, what would they do? Would they come down Vista and then across Carryland Lane? You can't come, straight down from the city because, again, the lots are already developed. So, I mean, annexation, I think is pretty difficult unless, and even between the county and the city, They've got the new Bill Nye that's going in, or maybe, or I guess it's already went in, it goes over to the school. There's still quite a bit of development that has to occur there north of that before that will occur. So annexation, I think, is a moot point at this point because it's going to be so many years down the road before that happens. But I don't know. I mean, that's a prediction. Who knows?
Right.
I mean, things can happen and things
Well,
can
they're
change.
up against the interstate
Yeah.
too.
Yep.
So why do you, it's pretty tough to project expensive utilities into an area that's right up against the interstate that doesn't have a destination other than already developed lots that aren't dense enough to justify that expense.
Okay. So sum it up, the damage is done. The lots are there.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 19, excuse me. Ivanhoe, present for consideration Ivanhoe subdivision permit application SD 05-20.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we'll try to skip the items we've already discussed because we've done a lot of discussing there. When they're intertwined like this, we're talking about multiple issues. So again, Mary Ivanhoe is the owner. And now that the zoning has been changed to smaller residential, the subdivision permit can be approved. The county engineer reviewed the plans and reports for this project. Game and Fish reviewed this. There was the non-supportive recommendation from DEQ and state engineer's office that was based on the need to do something with the water rights, which they have. I mean, at least in my conversation this morning with the representative from DEQ. Again, this is a priority growth area 1. So they will have, so there's already an existing well that on lot 2 and an existing sewer on lot 2, and lots 1 and 3 that are proposed here will require a new septic system and a new water well. So again, the roads, there's no new roads that are being proposed. Caroline Lane obviously exists already. And one thing I would point out is in our discussion, we're talking about this 40-foot wide thing, right? We're not talking about the road, that's the right of way we're talking about. If we did require a road, it would have to be 16 feet in width. And so the road requirements can actually be met, and they probably are met, but they're not required because it already exists. And then the road maintenance agreement, they have not, there isn't a road maintenance agreement at this point. I think Mr. Ralph addressed that. One of the things they have to do is try to get a road maintenance agreement with the surrounding property. The reasonable efforts must be made. And that's, I guess, a judgment on you, whether reasonable efforts have been made to do that. They did send out a copy of the road maintenance agreement with certified letters to all the property owners and have not received a response back. So again, that would be a decision up to you. Let's see if there's anything we haven't covered here. So findings of fact, summary of subdivision requirements listed in the staff report shall be incorporated as findings of fact. This application qualifies to be reviewed as a small subdivision in accordance with the platting subdivision regulations. And then the preliminary final plats comply with the standards of the platting subdivision regulations. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County platting subdivision regulations. And just my comments, this application was tabled again on October 14th, like the zoning change was, to determine whether legal access to the property exists. We've received additional documentation and it's been reviewed by the county attorney. And it's the opinion that there is access to this property. It's in a previously developed area in priority growth area 1, which is, where we want to direct future development. I will address here that the city of Laramie is asking for a denial of the application based on non-conformance with the city of Laramie comprehensive plan. The city of Laramie has interpreted that Wyoming statute 3412-103 to require that the city of and county comprehensive plans be applied as regulations within 1 mile of the city limits. The county has thus far taken a different stance. We believe the comprehensive plan should be used as guidance, but not as applied as regulations. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's no case law to interpret that specific statute to know what it really means. I will note that the city of Laramie has previously supported county development in priority growth area 1 in UGAs, urban growth areas. They approved the following county subdivisions in these areas: Vista Buttes, Royal View, JNR Laramie Industrial Park. Each one of these subdivisions were approved by the city of Laramie without request for annexation. However, these approvals occurred prior to the change in statutes eliminating the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction regarding subdivision review within 1 mile of municipal boundaries. And so there is a draft letter, and I think I mentioned this to the chairman before. There's a draft letter. We do have to respond to the city. So if we do approve this, we have to respond and say why, we went ahead with this without, or if we didn't address their comments. And some of the comments we did address, but some of them, they're addressed in the letter, but we didn't follow them because in our opinion, we don't believe that the city's comprehensive plan and the county's comprehensive plan are regulation, which is what they've implied in their letter. So planning and zoning approved this application based on approval of a plan for existing water rights that has been filed with the Wyoming Board of Control. And so, as I mentioned, Dennis Lewis from DEQ did provide a verbal confirmation that they're okay with the subdivision this time, but we haven't received a letter saying that. So that is still lacking if we need that letter. So any questions for myself?
David, has the DEQ done its analysis on the septic system?
When
because
I
it was
asked,
pending due to the dispute of water rights.
they did, it's my understanding. They did do an analysis of that. The only thing that was holding them up was the lack of water rights. That was what was told to me today when I talked to them.
Okay, and do we have that summary, the analysis?
The summary.
Yeah, from DEQ. Is that, I didn't see anything in the packet from DEQ.
Well, so this is an interesting situation. It looks like the applicant went forward with an application to DEQ when they were not required to. We don't require a DEQ analysis as part of a small subdivision, but they did do it, and that's where the water rights thing came up. And then, so that's why it's not included in this, because it's not really necessary.
Yeah, but once they opened up that can of worms, they needed to follow through with it, correct?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, we can wait for their analysis. That's what I'm saying is we haven't received a letter that affirmatively says that this has all been done. And so.
Nor have you received a letter that actually says that the dispute of the water rights was.
Right. And I don't necessarily think they have to complete it just because it's not required for us to proceed with the subdivision. But if you would like to see it, then that's.
Any more, Commissioner Adair?
Yeah.
You don't have time. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Richard, I'm confused. What does the DEQ have to do with water rights when it's the Board of Control and the state engineer? Isn't it the state engineer who grants through whatever rules that the state has?
That's a good question. I can tell you
the right
exactly
to
why.
drill.
So, yeah. So DEQ, when they receive a application from the applicant, they then route that to the state engineer's office. What is the state engineer's office? All they look at is whether there's water rights that need to be dealt with. And so the state engineer's office then sends a letter to DEQ, which then writes their letter as a non-adverse or an adverse recommendation because they haven't, at least in this situation, they didn't have documentation that they've dealt with the water rights.
So this is a big bunch of nothing. The applicant made an application that they didn't need to make.
Yes.
And because the application they didn't need to make or aren't required to make hasn't come full circle, now we would trip them up because we would be asking for information that we don't ask for.
I mean,
The state engineer will permit a well there, and the septic system, there won't be any adverse anything. The only
yeah, and I should clarify what I'm talking about with water rights is irrigation rights, surface water rights. And
there's no surface water there. That's hilarious.
yeah, and they've got water rights on their property that they have to do, which is interesting.
That place is dry as a bone.
Right.
You get surface water once every 15 years when a gully washer hit, and it would last for about 10 minutes. And then it would be gone.
So David, we do have to, are you finished, Commissioner Richardson?
I don't know. I don't know how to be finished.
Okay, so we do have to find, there was a road maintenance agreement, or at least an honest attempt at it, right? That's correct.
Yes.
And maybe you know, but maybe Mr. Ralph can enlighten us. Was it just a certified letter that was sent one time, or what? Is that what your, Mr. Ralph would be proposed as your attempt to a road maintenance agreement?
It was a certified letter along with a cover letter from Coffee Engineering explaining what was happening. And yeah, that was my attempt. They've not replied to that. They've not replied to any of our certified letters for notification either. This I could go knock door to door, but I'm going to get the same answer, probably a lot more rude. You know, as Mr. Richardson mentioned, those people have lived on Carolyn Lane for decades, and they're not going to sign up for maintaining that road just because someone has decided to subdivide their road, subdivide their property. So, yes, I would say that was my reasonable attempt made. Yes.
And Mr. Ralph, who's been, for instance, the snow piles up, right, and blows over, who plows that road? How is that maintained right now? Do you have any idea?
It sounds like they take it into their own hands. The individual property owners take things into their own hands. I can only perpetuate gossip at this point if I start saying who is taking care of the road, and I'm not going to assign responsibility to someone taking care of the road. But it is, as far as I'm concerned, it is being maintained by the private property owners right now.
And going forward, that would be what you would expect would happen if this subdivision were to be approved?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I know the answer to that question.
Sure, great.
They use this solar heater that in the middle of winter, is turned on about 9.5 hours a day. And then the other means of road maintenance is 4-wheel drive and tow ropes. That's how they do it. 4-wheel drive, tow ropes, and a solar heater that runs 9 hours a day in the wintertime.
Wow, I have to see that solar heater thing, but
It's the sun.
So
Tim got what I said, I guarantee it.
Any more questions, commissioners? Any final thoughts, David, that you'd like to leave us with to make this thing easier?
Not really.
Okay.
I think everybody would feel more comfortable if we had that letter from DEQ in hand, just because they went down that road. And I believe, even though not all projects are supposed to go through DEQ, we do have to deal with water rights, and that we don't have anything documented that that's done.
Yeah, well, there's always approved, denied table. All those options are available on this subdivision.
Yeah, and I would say if you do table it, we do have, there's a 45-day window to get this taken care of, to either approve or deny it. So
Okay. Commissioners, it's your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table the Ivanhoff subdivision permit application SD 0520. And take it up at a later date.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for participating. 20, present for consideration Inventive Wireless LLC doing business as Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower Permit Application LUCT-01-21. Joe.
All right. So the applicant is Inventive Wireless LLC, doing business as Vista Beam. Location is Section 35, Township 17 North, Range 76 West. The request is for a tower permit. Current zoning is agricultural, current use is residential, and access is off of Dutton Creek Road. Reviews, there were 2 reviews that had no concerns. Engineer Bill Gorman said that the applicant should use an existing approach to Dutton Creek Road. If possible, if not feasible, applicant should obtain approach permit from Road Bridge and construct at the approved location to Albany County standards. Albany County Road and Bridge, Rob Fisher has no concerns unless a new access is needed. And YDOT, Ryan Shields says any work within YDOT right of way would need to be permitted through YDOT District Maintenance Office. Notice has been provided by both the signed publication and certified mailing as required. Findings necessary for approval. The proposed tower shall not adversely affect the public interest. The applicant has provided the required site plan, and the applicant has addressed all potential impacts. Minimum standards for a tower. The applicant is proposing a 127-foot tower. The tower will meet the setbacks for both property lines and lease lines. Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval as listed in this report are incorporated herein as findings of fact. The property is currently zoned agricultural. The applicant has provided a complete application. The applicant has submitted a statement allowing Albany County to install a communication antenna on the tower if needed. The applicant has noted that in the event the facility is no longer being used or abandoned, the owner will be responsible for removal of the facility. Documentation has been provided that ensures that density standard levels are not exceeded. The applicant has provided a copy of construction plans certified by an engineer licensed in Wyoming. And the foundation design must be submitted and approved by the county engineer prior to construction. Conclusions of law, the provisions of Albany County zoning resolution, chapter 5, section 5, and chapter 5, section 9 have been met. Staff analysis. The applicant has provided a complete application and has addressed all Albany County standards for tower permitting. The applicant will need to follow all further Albany County construction requirements as they proceed. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is to approve the Inventive Wireless LLC doing business as Vista Beam, Herrick Lane Tower Permit Application, LUCT 0121, based upon and incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report.
Commissioners, any questions for Joe? I'd entertain a motion for item 20.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Herrick Lane Tower permit application LUCT-01-21.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question for David. David, are they asking for a septic permit at this tower?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay, well, if they did, I'd vote against it. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
That's helpful.
That's really, really funny.
Septics are evil, didn't you know that? They all need to be carefully analyzed by the DEQ. There's no safe septic existing. I'm ready to vote.
Well, you need to include incorporating the.
Oh,
finding of
incorporating
facts.
the findings of fact and conclusions. of
The
law.
second agree.
Second, please.
That's the most important part. I apologize.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 21, present for approval, resolution 2021-019, a resolution supporting the submission of a grant application to the United States Department of Justice Bulletproof Vest Partnership Program for the purchase of bulletproof vests by the Albany County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Applehands, how are you?
Good, commissioners, good morning. This is a resolution for a grant where we have basically a matching program for new updated bulletproof vest for everybody within my department that has a bulletproof vest that expires. So this is basically kind of a renewal of a grant, something that we do every year.
Commissioners, any questions for Sheriff Applehands? I'd entertain a motion for 21.
I move that we approve item 21 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. And 22, ratify application to Wyoming Department of Transportation for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration funds to fund Albany County Sheriff's Department and overtime enforcement of impaired driving and occupant protection high visibility in the amount of $12,752.80. Sheriff Applehands.
This is a grant award that we received from NHTSA through YDOT for the enforcement of DUI and seatbelt occupant protection laws. This is for the fiscal year 2022. You guys recall we were here a couple months ago for fiscal year 2021. This is just a renewal of the same award. So ratifying this will be the acceptance of the award. And then we'll be receiving a contract at a later date that I'll bring to you guys for approval as well.
Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 22.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 22 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff Applehead. So I guess I just want to talk with you guys about, it is noon, and we have a bit of work to do. Where would you like the break, if any, or would you like to go right straight through? And please, staff weigh in if you would like to have a little lunch break, or if you'd like to do it before executive session, or your pleasure.
I'm good to go straight through. But
I'm happy to keep cranking.
Okay, super. Item 23, award the bid to Overcomer Counseling LLC for the group therapy and day treatment services for integrated juvenile treatment program participants. Jennifer, good afternoon now.
I would, if you haven't had a chance to meet her yet, this is Rebecca Kirsch. She is the new director of the Albany County Court Supervised Treatment Program. So I just thought I would give her the opportunity to come down and introduce herself.
Hi, everyone.
Let's do that. Jennifer, just a few minutes, where are you from? And your interest in this work. Thank you for being here.
Sure. So I'm from Anchorage, Alaska. I just moved here about 90 days ago to Cheyenne. So this is all brand new to me. I spent 12 years in domestic violence program development. So I have a lot of experience with vulnerable populations, but the drug court world is new.
Awesome.
Anything else?
I don't have anything. Welcome to Albany County and welcome to Wyoming. And I think this community and this board has been supportive of that work. And so taking it to the next level, we'll be so excited to watch you do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
And because she's brand new, I haven't had a chance to bring her up to speed. So you get me to present on these things today. So this first one here in 23 is to award the bid to Overcomer Counseling. They can do the group therapy, but not the day treatment for the IJTP program, which is fine. They were the only bidder. And so we would ask that this bid gets awarded to them to do that group therapy portion of it, because as of the after the 30th of June, we won't have group treatment for our juvenile program. And they are willing to pick that up, and we're thrilled about that.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 23 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I guess my item there would just be to strike out the day treatment on that 23, so that we're just the group therapy.
And yes, so the RFP went out. The reason we left it in there is because the RFP heading was the group therapy and day treatment. We modified the contract to be just group therapy. As we were going back through the record, I didn't want it to be confusing as we were tying RFP names back, should we ever have to.
Super, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 24, Jennifer, you're gonna be standing for a minute. You're present for approval, contract between Albany County and Overcomer Counseling LLC for the group therapy and day treatment services for integrated juvenile treatment program participants. Jennifer.
So I just said that we need to amend this part to remove the day treatment part. I believe the contract itself does not have that in the heading, but I will verify. And this is the contract to award that day treatment, or the group therapy contract to the contract itself for Overcomer to perform those group therapy services for the IJTP program. I believe it's a 2-year contract, so it'll be through June 30th of 2023.
Commissioners, any questions?
And because it is in the contract, it's like they would provide the space. You explained to me that they would have to initiate the agreement so far, or that we have right now with the school district to continue to use the space there.
Right, and if it would be clearer, I'm happy to amend that to say to provide or facilitate the space. We just need them to find the space that the county doesn't have right now. They have a lease that we're looking at across the street, which they may be able to do it at, but that is something we would have them do. And previously it has been in the school, the group treatment program, until the Clinic for Mental Health and Wellness stepped in just these last 3 months, I believe. Peak's arrangements had always been that the group treatment for the IJTP kids was done at the high school 4 days a week, and the high school was kind enough to work with us and Peak to find a room to allow that to happen. So I believe that's still on the table for Overcomer as well. And Rebecca can work with them, and we can all work with them to help find space. That's, in all honesty, that was the least of our concerns. We'll find space. We just need somebody to do the treatment part of it.
Okay, thank you.
I think I have a motion in a second. Don't I?
No,
No.
we just had a question.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 24 as presented.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I'll just let you guys know on the contract. I had a talk with Jennifer today. You'll see 3.12 requires that the service provider shall not require any out-of-pocket compensation from IJT participants for the services outlined herein. That seems to be in conflict, but it is not, as Jennifer cleared it with me, or cleared it up for me. Consideration shall be given to billing participants without insurance if it is deemed financially feasible for the participant. If IJTP decides to invoice and the IJTP participant at the Wyoming standard sliding scale rate for the services performed, this will be supplemental payment for services. So the provider can charge out of pocket, but the program, yeah, if they have.
Okay.
And so that was a bit confusing for me. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we had that conversation.
Okay.
Right, because our services to the provider are by contract, so that they can't charge because they're under contract with us.
Right. Yep.
And actually, they can, so our service providers, they are allowed within the contract to charge insurance for any of the participants that have insurance.
Gotcha.
So then they can collect from insurance for those payments, and then the IJTP payment to them either covers the portion that insurance doesn't cover, because we We don't want our kids who are in court mandated treatment to have to pay a deductible for that treatment.
Well, or they won't be balanced billed.
Correct. So there's no balance billing that goes to the kids.
Gotcha.
And then the amount from IJTP to the provider is to help cover that balance billing part. And then the administrative time for attending pre-court meetings and court hearings and all of those things where they can't specifically bill for their services.
Yeah. So no out of pocket from the providers, from the students. Okay.
Correct.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 25, award the bid to Overcomer Counseling LLC for the individual treatment services for integrated juvenile treatment program participants. Jennifer.
So this is the second component of the IJTP treatment, which is the individual treatment for the kids. And it also includes family counseling if the recommendation from the counselor or the team is to bring in counseling for the family, which we get a lot, especially in our juvenile court system, that Overcomer will handle those services for IJTP also. And again, here they do have the ability to bill insurance for the kids, or if the parents are covered under insurance, if there's family counseling or individual counseling that the parents do, they can also bill for those services as well.
Any questions, commissioners? I entertain a motion from 25 then, please.
I move that we approve item 25 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. 26, present for approval a contract between Albany County and Overcomer Counseling LLC for the individual treatment services for integrated juvenile treatment program participants. Jennifer.
Again, so this is just the contracts to award that bid for the individual treatment services that they submitted a response for.
Commissioners, any questions? Entertain a motion for 26.
I move that we approve item 26 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 27, award the bid to Education Health Center of Wyoming to provide psychiatric nurse practitioner and medically assisted treatment services to Albany County Court Supervised Treatment Program participants. Jennifer.
So this was the bid. This actually encompasses both the juvenile and the adult courts for nurse practitioner services. And the Education Health Center of Wyoming did provide a response to that bid, and we would like to award the bid to them. And then over the next week or so, I will work with the university to get the language in the contract to a place where the university also agrees on it. They identified some issues in insurance where we just have to change language where it wasn't written in light of having another quasi-governmental agency respond. So we can get that all updated before our next meeting.
Commissioners, any questions?
Nope.
Entertain a motion for 27.
I move that we approve item 27 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We removed item 28 from the agenda. 29, award the bid to WWC Engineering for the civil engineer for county contracted engineering services. Jennifer.
So this is, again, WWC Engineering submitted a response to the RFP that we put out for county engineering services. And their bid was comprehensive and covered what we needed. So this is our request to award the bid to WWC Engineering. And Jake Schneider and Marie Schroeder, both from WWC, are on the line if you have any questions for them.
Thank you, Jennifer. Commissioners, any questions for WWC or Jennifer? Well, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item number 9, the bid to award WWC Engineering, the civil engineer for the county contract.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I just have one quick question, guys. Thank you for submitting your bid. How did you hear about the bid process, and could you give me a little bit of feedback on that? We're trying to revamp opportunities at the county so that more people hear about them and that they're a little more straightforward. So I just kind of want to hear your feedback, and you can be as honest as you would like to be.
Yeah, hey, Honorable Chairman Gosar and the rest of the commission, this is Murray Schroeder, and I'm an office manager for our WWC branch here in Laramie. To respond to your question, we have 1 foot in the old way of doing business and 1 foot in the new way. And I think I actually saw the ad in the newspaper when it first came out, and that's where I keep my eyes. But I do know the younger folks in our business and others are more commonly these days looking at public purchase, and there's some other platforms that are web-based to make, public announcements about opportunities such as this. So for sure, there might be a different way to do it, but doing it in the newspaper works for our industry still. So that's what I got.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That feedback is really helpful. We're trying to live in both of those worlds too. And just getting the information out is what we'd like to see happen more often. So thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Yep.
All right, item 30.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the contract between Albany County and WWC Engineering for civil engineering services.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for catching me. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
Can we have somebody, maybe you, have a conversation with Adam about figuring out what platforms, web-based platforms we ought to use in conjunction with the newspaper to notify the public of what's going on.
Sure, Adam
Can I make a comment to that, Commissioner Hebert, if I may? Chairman Gosar. I've looked into both public purchase as well as it Open CDN. Both are free hosting platforms of which we can use at our leisure. Both of which we have resource bases either with the city or the university in terms of an understanding base, people that have been willing to give us a hand in terms of how to approach it, how to publish the projects. They're open there. I was kind of waiting to see what engineering firm came on and what their kind of go-to was, at least in those manners, so that we can all coincide in the same retrospective. But both platforms are free to us and we can go down that road whenever we please. I know that myself and Kayla have also had conversations in terms of revamping the RFP pages, or at least creating out a generic page set for things that maybe don't fall into those lines, but are still published in localized and standardized into one page. Does that help answer the question?
Sure. I just wanted to start the conversation and you finished it.
Yeah, I started that conversation when I heard that Bill was retiring. And we started, Jackie had directed me to go out and kind of do some of this research so that we had those standpoints and some knowledge base as we continued this operation forward.
Yeah, and there were further discussions about making our opportunities at the county, not only RFPs, but employment and boards and commissions more readily accessible to members of the public. So everybody gets the opportunity, if they want to be on the historic preservation board or whatever, to know that we have an opening and away we go. So thank you, Adam, for that work. We're at 31 now.
We are.
Okay, awesome. Present for approval, Volunteers of America Northern Rockies grant application for 2021-2022 sub-grant funding from the 2019 OJJDP participating state award in the amount of $68,998 for the funding cycle of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. Bailey Quick, welcome back.
Thank you. It's interesting to be back, I guess. I had a hard time leaving the little one today, but he's with dad, so we should be good. Let's see. So this application, just to let you know, this application's combined with the sheriff's office and the attorney's office. Of course, it happened right when Ms. Trent was leaving, so it has been a little interesting writing this one. And this morning, I believe it was this morning, I received some additional changes from the attorney's office. So the copy you have, I don't believe, is the latest one. The
main things with this, that this grant pays for is diversion services through Big Brothers Big Sisters. Electronic monitoring, which we did have to do quite a bit more electronic monitoring this year because of COVID. We didn't have any juvenile housing facilities that would take our juveniles. And then it does pay for juvenile housing as well, because we do have to send our juveniles either to Natrona County or Laramie County, and we have to pay for that. The few changes that were made were like program specific, and I will certainly send you the application that we will be submitting. The dollar amount has not changed from the $68,998. But like I said, because we do have a new attorney in here, they may be changing a few things from the way Ms. Trent used to do things. But still the bottom line is, it is for the juvenile housing, juvenile diversion, and electronic monitoring.
Thank you, Bailey. Commissioners, any questions? Bailey? Entertain a motion for 31, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 31 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, what is OJJDP?
Office of Juvenile Justice. Oh my gosh. Department.
Joe Bailey.
It's the
I don't remember
federal
the rest of it.
juvenile system. I can't remember what it
So we
stands
don't know
for.
what DP
Well,
means.
here,
I just can't remember.
I will Google it for
But
you.
the Albany County itself, we do have an OJJDP grant, like directly.
Mhm.
This one just goes through the state and is for different things. So I
Office of-
apologize. I can't remember what the DP stands for.
Well, I think Ms.
Office of
Benson could
Juvenile
from,
Justice and Delinquency Prevention.
Thank you.
Ms. Benson has her hand up. Go ahead, Brooke. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission. Actually, I should say good afternoon. It's 12:22, so good afternoon. I just wanted to take a quick moment to let all y'all know that I have recently transitioned over to Big Brothers Big Sisters as the adolescent programs officer, and I'm really excited. I'm used to presenting on behalf of Cathedral Home, which I'm still going to be working with closely, just in a bit of a different capacity. In regards to this application, and I don't know how aware you all are of just state budget cuts. One concern that we're looking at with our diversion programming is the loss of the Community Juvenile Service Board funding with state legislative cuts. So working hard. I think we're also going to be working closely with the county attorney's office and you as well, of course, Bailey, just to look at programming and ensuring that we have the funds necessary to provide quality service to kids and families that go through our diversion programming, but it is certainly an area of concern.
Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. And it'll take a little bit to get used to you over at Big Brothers and Big Sisters, but yay. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. 32, present for approval, purchase of Meraki access points from Advanced Network Management, Inc. through the NASPO agreement, not to exceed the amount of $25,782.63. Adam.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you for taking the time today. So if you recall, you guys approved the Wi-Fi audit, which included a spectral analysis of essentially all county facilities. That audit was performed. Again, if you guys want a copy of that, happy to provide so. In those findings, it essentially dictated and provided us the information that was needed to identify how many access points we were lacking. I mean, everyone knows here that the Wi-Fi has been pretty sparse, many buildings not having much of a connection at all. This is essentially the amount of product that came through. The big determination here was essentially the centralized interface. It is a cloud-based interface. It's just kind of a one shot, one view glass perspective. The hardware is the hardware. So this is the hardware, and then the team and I will work on essentially deploying the hardware as it seems. Do you have any questions about it? I did want to make one thing clear in regards to this hardware. It's something that's a little different with the Meraki hardware and the licensing. Most times you buy, the hardware and you get the license, and then you pay support ongoingly, especially if you want to warranty the item, so on and so forth. Meraki rolls that all into one. But if you don't pay that license, they essentially break your device. So it's something to know going on, that essentially it's a one-time, or it's not a one-time cost. There is a recurring cost associated. But the cost was equal of that when we were looking comparatively at Aruba equipment using their centralized management, and a couple different brand sets there. So just something knowingly going in, well aware that you want to make sure it's well known. There's no surprises. Hey, Adam, we want to stop paying for this. And I go, you can't. You will literally lose all of your Wi-Fi access.
This message will self-destruct.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, you go back to what you had before, right? When you take the Meraki. Maybe not.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Commissioners,
I don't have any other questions.
any other questions?
I just love being held hostage by these guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it's a critical choice set. I mean, you could, but if you're going to keep anything under warranty, it's going to be the same cost.
Right.
Get the interface that allows us to manage in the easiest ability set and gives us the ability to essentially leverage more into the hardware than it is the people. Buy us back some time so that we can continue doing good work for you guys.
Yeah. Then they can lock out their competitors. I move that we approve item 32 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Present for approval, resolution 2021-020, a resolution transferring unencumbered or unexpended appropriation balances from one fund to another and amending the appropriations for the fiscal year. Thank you. Fiscal year 2020 to 2021 budget of the county of Albany, Wyoming. Jackie. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to allow me to present for your approval Resolution 2021-020. As you recall, on June 30th, 2020, the Board of County Commissioners adopted the annual appropriation of Albany County for the fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Whereas Albany County, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164112, may transfer any unencumbered or unexpended appropriation balance or part thereof from one fund to another upon the request of the county budget officer. Whereas the transfer of the unexpended appropriations to the general fund is permissible under Wyoming Statute 164112, and the budget of the general fund may be increased pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164113. Whereas the county clerk, as the county budget officer, requests the transfer of unencumbered or unexpended appropriation balances to funds with overages to funds in need of additional appropriations to not cause overages. Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the county of Albany, Wyoming, that the following transfers and amendments are to be made to the Albany County fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. Increase the intergovernmental budget to $100,000, the engineering budget to $15,000, and the district court budget for an additional $30,000 for a total appropriation of $145,000. The above transfers and amendments in the amount of $145,000 be adjusted to the county's 2021 approved budget for your consideration.
Commissioners, any questions? Jackie, on the bottom of the resolution on section 2, it says the amount of $120,000 to be adjusted.
Right, that has been corrected, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion for item 33 if there are no further questions.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 33 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Jackie. 34, award the 2021-2022 County Commissioners Renewal Scholarship. Jackie, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I saw former Commissioner Chestnut was here earlier, and he was on the committee to review the applications for the renewal scholarship. The Board of County Commissioners were in receipt of 2 applications, and they recommend the approval for the renewal of Abigail Whitman for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we award the 2021-22 County Commissioners Renewal Scholarship to Abigail Whitman.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing,
She's a great kid.
yeah. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 35, approved vouchers for May 2021.
I'd like to push it back to the very end. I'd actually like to swap spots with number 35 and number 40. Because it might not be very nice to ask Dr. Elias to wait through an executive session to have that discussion.
Dr. Elias texted me and her phone was dying, so I just have to text her when we're ready for her and she will log back in.
Fine with me. Jackie, is that all right with you?
We'll send her a message.
Okay.
Hey, her phone died.
Yeah. Can you just let me know when you're ready?
Okay, I'll have a
Send you text or call me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
Dr. Elias, so she was getting it.
You will get waiver details schedule.
Right. Man, for no other reason, get that thing
There she
taken
is.
care of, huh?
Dr. Elias, good afternoon. We're just waiting. Commissioner Richardson went to the bathroom and we'll be talking with you in just a minute. Thanks for joining us and thanks for your flexibility.
Yes, thanks. I've had some technical issues here, so thank you for being flexible.
Nope, no close though.
All right, Dr. Elias, Commissioner Richardson is back. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for being willing to join us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I think I'll start with kind of where we are. So in Albany County, we've had 3,986 laboratory confirmed cases, 530 probable cases. We currently have 36 active cases and we've now had 15 COVID-19 related deaths in Albany County residents. We're at a 4.8% positive rate, and we have 201 cases per 100,000 population on a 14-day rolling average, which puts us in the orange zone for moderate to high transmission. In Albany County, we're seeing multiple variants, including from the UK, from Brazil, and now from India as well. The B.1.1.7 from the UK is the most prominent one that we're seeing, and that is associated with a 50% higher transmission rate and possibly worse illness and higher fatality rates as well. The people that are infected, we're seeing that they are sicker. We've had more hospitalizations recently than we've had throughout this whole pandemic. Regarding vaccines, 38.2% of our residents are fully vaccinated. 45.75% of adults 18 and over are fully vaccinated. And 68.64% of seniors 65 and over are fully vaccinated. And fully vaccinated means that they've completed the series, either 1 or 2 doses, depending on which vaccine, plus 14 days. So for the courthouse and ancillary buildings, we've been following the operational plan of Albany County government during COVID-19 outbreak. And that was broken down into 3 phases based on thresholds with community transmission and that sort of thing. With the addition of vaccinations, and now the Department of Health is no longer doing mandates, they've transitioned to making recommendation. So as things have evolved, I don't think that those phases are quite as pertinent as they used to be, and we really don't fit into any one phase of that at this point anyway. So in light of changes and how things have evolved, what I'd recommend is that we follow the CDC guidelines, that people who are fully vaccinated can be indoors without masks or distancing measures, and they do not need to quarantine if they're exposed to someone who is COVID positive. They can just monitor for symptoms. People who are not fully vaccinated need to continue preventive measures as they did before, with masks, social distancing, quarantine, and testing if they've been exposed.
Thank you, Dr. Elias. Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you.
We know how many of our own staff inside the county organization have been vaccinated. Well, it would be interesting to know, because in light of, I mean, I guess in light of the advice that if you've been vaccinated, then of course, masks are optional. Nobody can tell you what to wear or not wear. But in light of the fact that immunized people, don't have to do that, don't have to wear masks, it would be interesting to know from our own organizational standpoint where we're at as far as vaccination. Might be kind of nice if our customers can see our faces.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of full vaccinations. Speaking of that, Dr. Elias, I've been watching the vaccination rate, and it has just slowed to a crawl in the last few weeks. Do you have any suggestions or have you any ideas on how we as a county, and maybe working with the city, working with other entities, the health agencies, how we could move that needle forward? I know Jackson or Teton County has a much higher vaccination rate. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, we're actually been working with the city as well as Ivinson on working on different types of incentives, trying to get more people vaccinated. There's an event that should be coming up June 5th, I believe, for a shot, a brat, and a brew. So people who come and get a vaccination get a coupon for a free brat and either a beer or a coffee from one of the local businesses in town. And we're also thinking of other incentive type programs, trying to get more people vaccinated.
Thank you. And just following along that line, is there a way, and does it make any sense at all to set targets as a county working with the city and health department so that we have something that we can shoot towards? And I know some places and some municipalities have tied different things to different metrics. Not sure I'm suggesting that, but it seems like we don't have much of a goal to work on other than the altruistic goal of 100%. Do you have any thoughts about that, Dr. Lies?
I do, and I was actually thinking about that over the past couple of days. The Wyoming Department of Health, for some reason, has decided not to make any specific goals, whereas Teton County, I believe, has set 80% as their goal for vaccination. And we can see that they're truly ahead of anyone else. I mean, far ahead of anyone else in the state as far as vaccinations. So I do like setting the goal and trying to get there. I guess another area that we've been working on is trying to get the vaccine out to people as well. So we're taking the vaccines to smaller communities. We're taking the vaccines to larger employers and schools in town as well, trying to get more people vaccinated too. So we're kind of working on it in some different angles, but yes, I agree with you that setting a goal is a really good idea.
And I guess just my final piece on that is as the university goes to full in-person classes in late August, and the first home football game is usually the first part of September with, you know, who knows, 10, 15, 20, maybe more thousand people coming, mostly from Wyoming where the vaccination rate is not high. Communicating that to folks in Albany County so that we could do our work to try to get to 80%. Do you have any thoughts about that, or 90% or 100%, right? Because we got a lot of folks coming that are most likely not going to be vaccinated.
And that's very true. And they're not going to be distanced, and they're not going to be wearing masks. So yes, it's problematic.
Yeah. And then I said that was my final one, but this one is the final one. We have a meeting tonight that is indoors, probably, I'm guessing, multiple hours, maybe closer to 4. We tried to get the biggest venue that we could get, but if it becomes a packed venue, what would make the most sense? Would it make sense to just have masks available? Should masks be required? What's your thoughts on that?
I think we're at a point now where I think you have to trust people. And I strongly believe in the recommendation that if you've been vaccinated, that you don't need to wear one. But if you are not fully vaccinated, if you're even in the time frame of where you've had one dose and you've not had the second dose, or you've not had the full 14 days, that you still need to wear a mask and you need to distance. But I think at this point, you need to put it onto the person who's entering. The vaccines are available, and if they've not yet been vaccinated and they don't want to wear a mask any longer, then I would highly recommend getting the vaccine.
So we're just going to ask that question.
Any best practices along that line, as far as trying to discern who's been vaccinated and who hasn't been vaccinated? Have you heard any interesting ways to do that?
No, you really can't just outright ask someone if they've been vaccinated or not. You know, for the health and safety of our community and the people in this meeting, if you've not been fully vaccinated, we recommend that you wear a mask. And here's one if you didn't bring one with you.
Or attend by Zoom. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other questions for Dr. Elias?
No, thank you for being here with us today.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Elias, and we'll be talking with you. And I guess everybody, if you'll spread the good word about where vaccinations can be had, and the Ivinson vaccination website, if I'm still correct, is still up and operating.
Yes.
And local pharmacies and medical clinics will get you the vaccination. It's of course free and really effective at this point. So thanks so much, Dr. Elias.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Now 35. Entertain a motion to approve the vouchers for May 2021.
21.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 36, executive session pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 16-4-405A triple I. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we exit regular session and move into executive session pursuant to Wyoming Statute 16-4-405A3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll return after the executive session. Thank you all. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'd entertain a motion for item 38, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we exit executive session and return to regular session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Leave executive session, return to regular session at 1:48. 39, action if needed regarding executive session. There's no action required. And then, commissioners, I would like to move the recess until the public hearing at 6 p.m. Right now, we'll add 41 to the agenda before the agenda of the Rail Tie Wind Project tonight.
Or we can do it now.
Oh, can
whichever
you do it now?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I was done quicker than I thought.
Okay, well, let's go to 41 then. Discuss memorandum of understanding with the city of Laramie for the Rail Tie Wind Project Impact Assistance Funds and direct the chairperson to sign once finalized. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you. So what this is when we have the Industrial Signing Commission hearings and application, part of that process is they identify the communities that are primarily affected by the development in rail tie in the rail tie or from the rail tie project. And from the letter we got from Industrial Siding, only the county and city were identified as primarily affected this time. And what this MOU is we take all of the requests that the county submitted in the end of March to Connect Gen pursuant to their request and update them as necessary. And then we put them into an MOU with the city and say, it's just a general format. The county has X amount of dollars of requests, which is this percentage. The city has this amount of dollars of requests, which is this percentage. And then we submit that to the Industrial Siding Commission. And what that does is it gives us the ability to designate that breakdown between the city and the county. And if we don't get it submitted, then Industrial Siding comes in and says, we believe based on our calculations, the impact to the county is this much and the impact to the city is this much. So, and it's requested, its due date was actually May 31st, which was yesterday, which was a holiday, but Todd Fieser and I from the city had a call with Industrial Siding, a couple of members of Industrial Siding Commission last week. They extended our due date to June 4th. So Todd is working with city council to get their numbers finalized and approved. I have been working with our department heads to get our numbers updated and finalized and approved. I believe the last one we're waiting for is the fire district. I have an email. I sent an email last Friday, got an email back from Megan Getstay. So we'll get those numbers updated and finalized. And then we'll just submit our MOU to Industrial Siding so that we've calculated our numbers and not them.
Okay, and this by no way obligates us to approve the permit.
Correct. It is only, so Industrial Siding has a percentage of money that's based on the total project percentage that's allocable to cities and counties or impacted municipalities. And so there's like $13.5 million from rail tie that's available to be split between everybody.
But it wouldn't be distributed if there were no project.
Correct. So it's just really if the project gets approved, not only at the county level, but also at the Industrial Siding level and ends up going forward, these are what these unmitigated impacts would be.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, I talked with Jennifer, and thank you, Jennifer, about county oversight, adding that. So it came up, commissioners, or I can't remember, planning and zoning, we put it in. If this were one to go and the one above us to go, that next Rock Creek would, I think we need some oversight of those projects from the county. So Jennifer was good enough to figure out what that would add to our county engineering budget to oversee that. And we have put that into the impact assistance.
Okay.
So that is something that might have changed since the last time you guys saw that.
And I forgot to mention that earlier when WWC was on the line, I reached out to Jake Schneider and said, I know we haven't officially awarded you the contract yet, but in anticipation of that, this was brought up, how would we calculate that? So he talked with me about this happens often on large projects and talked through about how many hours he thought they would need. So in their bid, there's the calculation of hours for each level. So we calculated it all out over the 44 weeks per year of the next 2 years for rail type, what that would take for them to do that oversight, in addition to the oversight that Rail Tie and Connect Gen provide as part of their permitting process, just as an independent check. So we added that in there.
And how does Connect Gen calculate what they'll provide?
It's not Connect Gen that calculates it, it's industrial siting.
Oh, okay,
And they
okay.
do it based off of all of the revenue projections and the cost of construction and all of those things. And then there's that fixed percentage of, and it's like 2.68, or don't quote me on that, I could look it up, but whatever that fixed percentage is of their calculated cost is what's available then.
So do you need us to approve the memorandum and direct to the sign because it says discuss? But-
Yes, if that would be acceptable, we would like for the memorandum to be approved today and direct the Commissioner Gosar to sign so that we can get it submitted by our April or our June 4th deadline at the end of the week.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding with the city of Laramie for the Rail Tie Wind Project Impact Assistance Funds and direct the chairperson to sign once finalized.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. And just to highlight what you said, Commissioner Rivera, this is, if the project were to be built, this is not saying anything has been, the cart is not before the horse.
Correct.
So, thank you. 42, we will recess. The public hearing begins at 6 p.m. tonight upstairs in the district court. I guess we will see you then. Appreciate it. Dave, are we gonna join in with this again and you're just gonna put it on pause or something?
No, this will be completed.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you. And if you need anything, download it on your computer before the meeting because I guess the Wi-Fi is really poor up there. So if you need documents or anything, please bring them.
Okay.
So we'll heads up on you. 4 hours.
Well, and likely people will log into our guest Wi-Fi and it'll be running some traffic up there.
And the guest Wi-Fi does not work. The county guest Wi-Fi does not work well in the courtrooms. And the courtrooms have their state Wi-Fi, which we can't do.
Gotcha. There you have it. Yeah.
Hey, Jackie, I have to run.